Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the beautiful Gowrie Dam in Djuma. We have got hippos. Yes, you heard correctly, plural. 3 hippos, 1 cow, and 2 calves. My name is Lisa. I will be your naturalist for the day, commenting and monitoring the different waterholes. But I am so thrilled to be starting Escape to Nature this way. How incredible is this? And initially I thought, it seems like fairly young calves. But until one of them exposed their whole body, and they are not at all that small. However, you can see the massive difference in comparison to the adult. Definitely much younger. They are both calves, as I mentioned. However, I am not sure what is happening here. If both of them belong to her, or if she is perhaps babysitting, what the situation is. But it's been very, very incredible to watch them only for the past few minutes. You know, they are slowly starting to get a little bit more active. And I really am looking forward to today. I think we'll see some amazing things in Djuma, at Okokoyo, hopefully some of our other locations as well. But remember, we are live, and of course this is an interactive safari and experience. So please do send through your questions, your comments, and even if you have suggestions, please do let us know. This is ultimately your safari, and we would love to have you enjoy it with all of us. And as I mentioned yesterday, we will also be doing, goodness, I can't English today, a little bit of a quiz today, since we've had quite a few days now on Sunset Safari talking about the relationships and love and everything in the wild. So we'll see if all of you have been paying attention, myself included, believe me. But how amazing is this? But as you can see, and as you've probably seen on Sunrise Safari, it seems like it will be a nice and sunny day today in Djuma. So let's have a look at today's weather forecast for our other locations. Oh dear, it seems like we are expecting some rain in most of our locations today, but as I say, I'm just glad the sun is shining and we have got some hippo action. This actually is the first time for me seeing hippos on the dam cam, apart from Dewey, seeing some new members. But again, I'm just trying to figure out this dynamic. The calves definitely seem like they are more or less the same size. Sorry about that. We are experiencing, goodness Lisa, what is happening today? Some difficulties in Djuma, but we'll try to get the dam cam back as soon as we can to watch those hippos again. But you will not believe it. The giraffes of Okokoyo have finally returned. I don't see one around now. I'm not too sure. I think there is. Yes, there are some far back in the tree line and in the mini tree line on our left. But last night on Sunset Safari, while I was obviously monitoring Okokoyo as well, there were a lot of them. I think a good number of 10, which I was super, super happy about. We have not seen giraffes in a really long time. We also had a visit from our black rhino yesterday afternoon. So I am very, very excited about all of this because of the giraffes' return. Perhaps some of our other bigger animals will also return. Nudge, nudge, wink, wink. But we'll see what we can see today, and of course we'll be grateful for absolutely anything and everything that we get to observe here. And as you can see, the zebras are still at it. Still kicking each other and fighting, being very, very dramatic. And as always, if you do hear some additional voices, those are just the actual people at camp that also get to have this brilliant view of the animals. But how lucky are we just to be able to be doing this virtually? All of this, of course, happening live right now in Namibia, but we get to be a part of it all. See them have their various relationships and interactions. It really is so incredible. It really is, I don't know, for me personally, it's so fascinating seeing the difference in the movement of the animals every single day. Yesterday morning we started with a lot of zebra, a massive herd of wildebeest. And this morning we started with some giraffes. Of course, you know, they disappeared before we actually started on Escape to Nature. And now we've only got 2 wildebeests, zebras. But apparently it will become nice and hot today in Ukukoyo. So hopefully that encourages the animals to come to us, come drink some water, cool off. But you can see this waterhole is also rapidly losing level. Even though it is a man-made waterhole and we do have the ability to fill it up if need be. All of these animals that are currently drinking and of course coming into the actual water, they are soaking up the water as well with their bodies. And 1 or 2 is not going to make a difference, but if you've got constant activity throughout, then that will definitely change the water level rapidly, as we've been seeing. Harold, good morning. You would like to know if the animals always come or the zebras always come at the same time to drink. Yes and no. The reason I say that, you know, for the past couple of days, of course, we've been seeing an influx of the zebra activity specifically. But of course, you know, I can't tell you which harems are which, but they've been coming and going throughout the day. So, but generally they start early in the morning and then they'll head off into the tree line or move a bit further back, graze a bit and then come back again. It depends on the weather, of course, as well. How hot it is, how badly they want to cool off or quench their thirst. But from what we've been seeing, Harold, the past few days, yes, it generally starts around this time and it's a constant movement of different harems coming and going and coming and going. But as I said, today we will be discussing a little bit about the relationships that these animals have, what they do, what their social structures entail. So when we are referring to a harem, what exactly does that mean? Or harem? Harem. Let me know what you understand under that definition. And it is, of course, something we discuss quite frequently, but that does relate to the relationships that animals have, the different dynamics that they have. Of course, zebras do not only just form harems, they do have bachelor groups as well. And the bachelor groups are generally established before the harems are established. So you've got a couple of young stallions. Just like humans, really, you sort of have that that bachelor stage or that bachelorette stage until you find your place in life. With zebras, of course, it's harems, just like impalas and a lot of the other general game. Just want to have a look around and browse to see what else is coming up to the waterhole. But this is what we've been seeing, as I say, for the past few days. Oh, we've got some more zebras coming. And they literally just do this the whole day. They come and go to and from the waterhole, go eat a little bit, come back to drink a little bit, of course cool off as well. But I really am hoping for some rain for the animals. Ooh, we are very vocal today again. And there's a giraffe in the background. You can see it moving now. I know it seems so silly because you would think a giraffe is a general sighting. But for me personally, as I say, it has been weeks. I would even go as far as months since I last saw a giraffe. Yesterday we did see quite a few of them coming to the water. But I'm just super thrilled that they are returning. And once again, that is also an indication that the rest of the park is probably becoming a little bit drier. Not just with the increase of activity from the zebras and the wildebeest and the oryx and everything else, but definitely now the giraffes as well. But luckily giraffes are ruminants, so they can regurgitate their food. If need be, they can just get as much nutrients as possible, whereas your zebras can't do that. I'm really hoping that we have some elephant activity today. And I know I've been saying that for for a long time now. I'm always hoping for some elephants, but specifically here in Okukoya. And as I say, I definitely think it might be possible with all of the change in movement from the animals now, the giraffes, the zebras, the springbok. As I mentioned, our zebras form bachelor groups as well as harems or harems. Harems? But let me know what you understand under that definition. Of course, we have been chatting about relationships in the wild and the different interactions they can be and dynamics they can be between different species, but of course also the same species. Giraffes, luckily, they are the hippies of the bush. They literally just move along, make friends, lose friends every single day of their life. If a male happens to encounter a female that is in estrus, he will definitely mate with her. But there is no specific time for them or structure for them. They really just do as they please, if you will. I'm going to continue to enjoy the beautiful morning sounds from the zebra. And for now, I'm going to send you over to Tishala so she can say good morning.
Good morning everyone and welcome to Karika Game Reserve during none other than Escape to Nature. This reserve, especially today, is a beautiful way to spend the morning and to escape into nature because it is really, really peaceful right now. There's some warmth. I won't say sunshine exactly, but there's definitely some warmth, and it's very, very welcomed after all the rains that we've had over the last few days. Sorry, I forgot to tell you who I am. It's me, Tishala. Unfortunately, you don't get to see my face because I am behind the camera this time round. And unfortunately, I don't think I have enough skill to place it somewhere and then run in front. But maybe I'll work it out. You might not be able to hear me though. But I think for now that you hear my voice and you can see the beautiful images, which is the most important thing, because this is what's going to allow you to escape into nature with us. So we are at Scotia Dam. I haven't ventured very far from this area just yet, especially with all the rain. It's a little bit difficult. There's only about maybe 30% of the roads that we can actually use because it's all quite waterlogged, and that becomes dangerous for vehicles, but it also becomes a little insensitive to the environment when we drive on roads that can not recover easily. So we've seen quite a bit of bird life. Everything's kind of coming alive a little bit later today, although there were a lot of birds around earlier as well. But as soon as there was a little bit of warmth and you can feel the temperature increasing, then the birds were out again. Maybe I'll do this. Pan us off to have a look. At the left there were some ostriches lying down. This also gives you a nice view of the area around Scotia Dam. You can see that up on the top there's a thick band of thicket, Albany thicket, and then at the bottom of this area where I'm seated and Scotia Dam is, you can see there's quite a lot of open grassland. A little shrubby, just a tiny bit. But essentially this flat area is dominated by grass. Because it's dominated by grass, it's considered grassland. Hi Janet, you'd like to know what I'm looking forward to seeing the most in Kariga? It's going to be a strange answer. I really want to see a Narina Trogon. And I would really like to try and find one. I was convinced that I saw one this morning. But because I heard one and then I saw something fly by and the sound seemed to follow that bird that flew by, and the general shape looked like a Narina Trogon, but it was silhouetted, so I couldn't really see. So that's something I really, really want to see. I haven't met any of the elephants at Kariga yet, and I do love elephants. And of course, I would love to see a chameleon. The Narina Trogon and the chameleon might be pipe dreams, considering that I'm only here until the end of the month, but I will always try. But so far, my favorite thing that I have seen at Kariga are the mushrooms. There's so much diversity of mushrooms, and I've just been having an absolute ball. And I'll show you a little pile a little later, because I'm going to sit here for a while. Because the diversity is just incredible. Lovely wet areas like this have beautiful mushrooms growing. And especially areas that have a lot of floral diversity have a good amount of mushrooms. When I mean floral, I don't just mean flowers, I mean vegetation. Here we go, back at Scotia Dam. I have been so far really, really enjoying Kariga. It's very relaxed and makes me feel quite immersed, which is a really special thing for a reserve. Things have quietened down a little bit now. Birds were flying about, and they still are, but they are a little bit quieter, and that's probably because of the temperature increasing as we sit here. Now, if I'm going to be looking for a Narina Trogon, I can't be doing it in these open grassland areas. I've got to go look in the thickets and hopefully be able to share it with you. That is the ultimate pleasure of being out here, finding great sightings and exploring the diversity, is being able to share it with you all. Carol, you say you're loving the landscape here. It is very beautiful. Very, very, very beautiful. There's so... I keep using this word diversity, but it's the most appropriate. There's so much diversity in terms of terrain as well. It facilitates, there we go, facilitates the biodiversity in the flora and the fauna as well. They all affect each other, and essentially the geology is the one that influences the flora and then the fauna. In comes another sacred ibis. There you go, what a landing. So I saw them flying overhead, and then I thought to myself, oh, Trishala, you can do this. Why don't you try and follow them in the air? And then And then I second guessed myself, and thank goodness that they came down to land at the dam instead. Because if I had done that, I guarantee that the purpose of Escape to Nature would have not been fulfilled. You would have not felt relaxed. Instead, you might have felt like your tummy was churning as my jerky movements tried to follow a sacred ibis through the air. Unfortunately, they are hidden from us. We can still see quite a few little birds flying through. Shall we give it a go? I see a blacksmith lapwing just at the top there. Let's see if we can get a closer look. You can do it, Trishala. That wasn't too bad. But there we have some blacksmith lapwings. It looked like they were a pair there. They often are seen in pairs. Everything is intensely lush. Another sacred ibis is coming in. Gosh, they're all landing outside of our view. Just take us back a little bit.
Did you know that explorers are watching ad-free right now? Right this very minute, they are listening to the soothing sounds of nature and seeing uninterrupted content.
I'm shaking with excitement.
But don't fret, you can try out an Explorer subscription in monthly, 6-monthly and yearly options. Experience nature naturally, totally ad-free. Wild Earth Explorers, it's in your nature.
having a good old chase up there. I see some young warthogs. Where have they gone? Behind those bushes? There we go. In the middle there. So males will only associate with the sounder, which is a female and her offspring, or several females and their offspring, will only associate with them when there's a female in estrus. And the young males in a sounder will leave and form a bachelor group to find territory of their own. But oftentimes they're inexperienced, so that means that they end up in the territory of other dominant males, and then they get chased. There they are at the top there. Oh, I think I'd like to find you something a little closer by. So now this is a stretch for us to watch these warthogs at the top. So while I do that, I'm going to send you over to Lisa. She's having a look at Vuyatela Dam through the Djuma cam.
Sorry about that. Once again, our Djuma Dam cam is giving us some difficulties. We did have my favorite bird, which is an African jacana. But we've still got zebras, wildebeest, and an oryx finally joined the party. You can see we've still got a giraffe as well, top left, browsing on that tree. And there's another one coming out. I really hope they will come for some water today. If that's something that giraffes do, I think it's probably not necessary, because they've got enough cooling mechanisms and things. But I've never in my life seen a giraffe even just put its legs in the water. They always just sort of stand on the edge of the water, splay their legs, and then come down for that refreshing drink. But it's most probably also due to the fact that that stance that they go into when they are drinking water, it makes them very, very vulnerable. So if they are already in the water now as well, it could potentially not be that good for them. They never know when there's a crocodile in the water, and I'm not just specifically referring to Okokoyo's giraffes now. Really anywhere that you go in the wild and you observe giraffes. But the wildebeest, the zebras, the oryx, they definitely can do that. They do not mind. Luckily, they don't have such long legs. So it definitely is a little bit easier and way more possible for them. Now, I did ask earlier on, what does it mean when animals create harems? Now, of course, as we know, like with, hi, baby zebra, only see him now. Like we know with zebras, impalas, a lot of antelope and general game, they do form harems. Right now we are seeing a lot of dynamics in the bachelor groups. But harems, of course, refers to one male and a couple of females, whether it's just a handful of females or like with impalas, could be 30, sometimes 40. But it's incredible to think that that male accepts that responsibility in terms of mating with the females, for impalas specifically mating with various females, with zebras specifically, generally they just mate with one mare per season. But to think that that animal accepts the responsibility of protecting this group of females, taking care of the young, making sure the youngsters are also then under his protection. And that again, once again, that just shows us how incredible Mother Nature is and how these relationships really just, I don't know, for me, never ceases to amaze me. I really never can get tired of observing these animals. And you can see zebras every single day for 2 weeks on end. And there will always be something new that you see, whether it's a certain behavior, whether it's an adult doing something that you haven't observed before, or perhaps a foal. But right now it is very, very awesome to see all of the males that are constantly fighting. As you can see, there's a lot of kicking going on in the background as well from time to time. And to think from all of that eventually stems a baby zebra. And again, it's not something that animals have to even think about or consider doing. It just happens. Is it instinctive? Is it carried on from generations down? Do they just know that that is how they work and that is what they are supposed to be doing? Laura, you would like to know what zebra behavior do I find interesting? I have to say it sounds a bit harsh, but I really enjoy the dynamics that we are currently seeing with the bachelors that are fighting. And again, it's not just predominantly the stallions. A lot of the times it could also be mares, because within a harem there is a couple of mares, and generally for the most part there will be like a first wife for each season that gets mated with and then of course has a foal. But like these two that we are seeing in the background, those would be two stallions. And again, zebras can be very feisty. They kick each other, they bite each other. So there really is a definite establishment of dominance. With impalas, it's also quite harsh, but it's not, I don't know, for me personally, this is very, just look at that. They are very, very adamant on setting that tone and letting the other one know. I will kick you in your jaw if you challenge me again. I think we should start referring to them as the Karate Kids. But Laura, to get back to your question, I enjoy all behaviors of all animals, to be honest. I know that sounds very cliche, but just in general, for me, the one fascinating thing has always been, you can take animals in Pride Lands and animals in the Sabi Sand. Those two properties are very close to each other, but those animals are going to be having different dynamics, different behaviors. Yes, they've got the more or less the same basic aspects in terms of gestation and, the general social structure. They react accordingly with their circumstances. So zebras in Okokoyo are not going to be doing the exact same thing as zebras in Kariga, as well as Djuma, as well as Mabikwe. I think the one most fascinating thing for me the past few days is just to see where they are coming from and how they exit, because I've been trying to, really closely monitor this, but they never seem to exit from the same path as they entered from. So again, is that an instinctive thing? Is that a thing to conserve the food, perhaps? If you go back to the same area, you're going to not destroy, but sort of get rid of all of that food immediately. Sorry, I thought I saw another baby. Got a little distracted there. But we'll keep an eye on these and see, what their pattern is going to be. The ones that just entered from the right. And again, I could be wrong. It could just be completely random. Ooh. Not too sure what those birds are that just came in. It seems like 2 Abdom storks, if I'm not mistaken. Which will be interesting to see if they actually return to the waterhole again. So you can see those zebras that I was referring to initially, they did come in from the right, and it is now the group that is standing on that open patch, just off to the right a little bit. But once again, so incredible how they give each other a chance. Yes, there right now is some dynamics in terms of aggression between the members. But in general, there's sort of like an understanding of, all right, we've had our turn, let's move on, and the next group comes. And that is what they constantly do the whole day. Oh, this is just absolutely incredible. What more could we ask for? But for now, I'm going to send you back to Trish so we can see what she's up to in Kariga.
Well, I hope that Lisa's zebras get up to a lot of interesting things for us to watch. I saw some zebras in the distance here as well, but they seem to have cleared out. But I am going to get up and kind of move around a little bit towards those foresty areas or thicket areas. Have a bit of a birding session, especially since some clouds have rolled over and the weather's looking a little bit ominous. So I'm not going to go too far. But of course, you are now looking at some of my favorite things. It is a pile of rhino dung with a whole lot of tiny little pleated ink caps coming out of them. So these are mushrooms. But what I really love about this is you can see that the mushrooms have kind of exploded out of this dung pile. And every dung pile around me at the moment, I can see this. And there are tons of variation in the mushrooms. I've seen altogether just this morning about 6 different species of mushrooms, and those are only the ones that I can currently see. And there'd be a lot more that are hidden amongst the grass. I'm sure you would notice if there's mushrooms ever pop out in your garden that you almost don't see any, and then if you are able to pick up on one, then suddenly your eyes become accustomed and you see more. And I love that. So here, the reason that this is happening is because the spores of mushrooms, the spores are the way in which they reproduce. So it's like they're seeds in a way. So their spores are tiny, 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 tiny. Microscopic. And those spores are very easily lifted in the wind. Not even the wind, a slight breeze, just the air is able to pick up these spores and transport them all over the place. And so these spores land on various leaves and grasses, and that vegetation is eaten by herbivores. So nice, soft, wet dung is best. So you'll often see mushrooms growing out of the dung of, say, cattle, but here in the bush, rhino dung and elephant dung probably hosts the most amount of fungus that I've seen, fungi. So once the animal eats the leaves with the spores on it, the spores move through the digestive system, and then once they're out the other end, they begin to sprout these fruiting bodies, which is what we know as mushrooms. Because the actual fungus is alive beneath these mushrooms. It looks like fine white hairs. Those fine white hairs are called hyphae. And that's the actual fungus. Fungi are absolutely amazing. They're not an animal, they're not a plant, but they seem to be actually more closely related to insects than to plants. Because the cell wall of a fungus is rigid and made out of a similar material to the exoskeletons of insects, chitin. So those types of similarities are not things that we can see easily with our eyes unless we have the microscopic vision or we have the help of a trusty microscope. But those types of differences are really huge, and they help us to make informed conclusions about the groupings of organisms. And when you look at a mushroom, you think, oh, it's just a vegetable or a plant, but in fact not. It is something completely different in its own kingdom. Yvette, hi, you say such interesting bush dynamics. I'm so glad that you brought that up, because fungus is a really important part of bush dynamics. It's something that's often overlooked. You know, it's almost fleeting. It comes up when the conditions are really good. But it's really important because we're just seeing the mushrooms, but that whole web of hyphae, the actual fungus, is living underground and connecting different pockets of fungi as well as plants and especially trees. Trees, particularly those that have a mycorrhizal relationship. A mycorrhizal relationship with fungi means that the tree is using the fungus to get additional nutrients, usually things like nitrogen, because the fungus can break down nitrogen and then make it available to the tree. Because as nitrogen is in the ground, it is not what we call bioavailable. The plant can't use it, so it has to be broken down into usable parts. And fungus can do that and allow the tree to then have freely available, usable, bio-usable nitrogen to use. So they have this relationship. But obviously, in order for the tree to make use of this mycorrhizal relationship, they have to allow the fungus to attach to parts of their roots, nodes, so that they can use the nitrogen that it breaks down. But trees have also been known to use the hyphae to communicate with the vegetation around it. Trees will communicate and send information about herbivores, about nutrients along the mycorrhiza or the hyphae, and they can warn other plants about the presence of herbivores, about disease, about the availability of nutrients. And that has been tested. Scientists took various trees along with fungi and had actually observed this relationship by putting an isotope of carbon. So basically it's easy to track if you put an isotope, because that's the only version of the chemical that's going to be available in that environment, that controlled environment. So if you can see that, oh, this tree has that isotope, but now this other tree also has the isotope. How did that happen? Because we know we only put it here, then we know for sure that it's been traveling through the mycorrhizal relationship. It's absolutely fascinating. And a lot of the time, if for some reason a fungus dies out in an area and is unable to connect the trees in the way it had previously, then those trees are not as fit, not as resilient as they were previously, because they really benefit from the relationship. Look at how dainty they are, moving in the wind like that. It's also a fantastic thing to observe here in the rhino dung, because a pile of dung is not just a pile of dung. There are countless seeds in dung which will germinate. Not just germinate, but be dispersed, because the animal, the herbivore, is moving along. So seeds get dispersed, they're helped germinate, fungus gets moved around, and also they can germinate and create these fruiting bodies we know as mushrooms. Beetles, insects come through, collect bits of dung. A dung pile is a highly competitive heap of nutrients, even though that's not exactly what comes to mind when you think of a dung pile. Virginia, hello. You'd like to know what's my favorite type of mushroom? Gosh, that's really hard to answer. I really can't answer. I really like the parasol mushrooms, the group mushrooms, the parasols. In fact, this is a type of parasol. So they're quite, well, they're not, it's so hard to describe it because I was about to say they're quite dainty and small, but not all of them. I can't choose Virginia. I think the thing I like most about mushrooms is the kind of the magic that they do in an environment. So it's not a specific mushroom, but just the role in an ecosystem that they play. I must say I'm quite content about today because I got to show you guys a beautiful bark spider early in the morning, and I really do love spiders, and I really love mushrooms. So I got to share both these loves of mine with you guys today, which is really special for me. If you're somebody who is interested in mushrooms, one of my favorite things to do. So if you had to break a mushroom off its stalk or pull it out of the ground, you're essentially plucking an apple from a tree. I've used this example before for you. So you're not causing any damage because the majority of the spores in that mushroom would have probably been released. So if you are interested in mushrooms, never eat a mushroom that you pick unless you are 100% sure and experienced in collecting and foraging for mushrooms. Because, for example, I love mushrooms. I'm pretty good at identifying them, but I will still not eat something that I've collected, because for every mushroom that is tasty and beautiful and good to eat, there's one that mimics it and is deadly poisonous. So it's never a good idea. But looking at mushroom spore prints is very cool. That's when you just take off the cap and you put the mushroom gills down on a piece of paper, and then the spores start to drop on the piece of paper. So after about 10 or 15 minutes, if you take the cap off the paper, you'll see a really, really pretty pattern of the underneath of a mushroom. Anyway, I think I've talked your ear off about mushrooms now. Let me send you over to Tess and Amakala to say hello, and I'm gonna get moving.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you so much, Trish. What an interesting conversation about mushrooms. I know I've seen quite a few here that I have never seen in real life before, so a fascinating topic. But as you can see, we have gotten lucky this morning. Very, very, very lucky indeed, with the three amigos, the young male cheetahs, hanging out and relaxing in one of my favorite places on Amakala, one of the big open plains. Look how good they look. They've been on a wild adventure pretty much everywhere on Amakala, and so I'm really, really happy after a few days of not being able to find them to see them here this morning. My name is Tess. I'll be taking you out on an adventure this morning at Amakala Game Reserve in the Eastern Cape. Behind the camera is Morgan. We have had a lovely morning. For one, it's not raining yet, currently. We don't want to jinx it. It's not raining yet. We are due to have a lot more rain today though, so it is going to be interesting. But for now, we've got a gap in the rain, which is fantastic. And of course, we are really, really excited that the cheetah brothers have decided to come and lie out in the open. Beautifully visible and definitely looking amazing. What a great way for us to start our morning. We didn't know whether we would be able to catch up with them, because where they have been, they were on the northern part of Amakala where Morgan and I live. They crossed down to the south of the reserve and decided to go to the far western corner. Then they went to the far northeastern corner, and now they're back kind of in the middle, which is awesome. But it does mean they've traveled an immense distance the last few days. And we don't know when last they ate. But this is a pretty good place for them to find some food. So I think they made a logical decision, other than being completely out in the open where every prey species might see them from a distance. they've chosen a good area. So at least if they do get lucky a bit later, then I suppose they'll be happy. This is a good spot for it. You can see they are all sleeping, even two of them with their heads up. Very typical cheetah behavior. Having a little bit of a cat nap, but still being kind of alert. And I'm sure they are loving the break in the rain. Cheetahs are not fans of water at all. They don't like it. So they'll only really tolerate light rain, and then they start hiding. It has been raining so heavily the last few days, I'm not surprised they've decided to move back to more familiar ground. Dorothy, isn't it just the best way to start our adventure today? It's always a treat spending time with them, you're absolutely right, but to start the day off with them is really lucky. And I'm hoping, because it's nice and cool, that we might get a bit of action out of them today, whether it's just them coming down for a drink or repositioning, moving, maybe finding some prey species, moving past. Whatever it is, if we're patient, we might get very, very lucky with them today. A little rollover, checking on what's happening on the other side, but probably also getting a bit uncomfortable on the one side for too long. I love how fluidly they roll over onto their backs like that and then flip to the other side. So definitely taking it in turns to be the most alert. I'd like to say the one on the left is actually being the alert one, but it's definitely not. It looks like it's nodding off. Looks like its head is slowly dropping. I think it's just resting on its shoulder there. Luckily for these three, they'll always kind of have each other's backs as long as they're around. And if they keep making smart decisions like this, staying out in the open with short grass, so there's excellent visibility, they can keep themselves pretty safe. They can quite easily outrun a lion or any other predator that's coming at them. For a short space anyway, they just need to up that distance and get away. And in this area, they can spot them coming from quite a distance. If they're alert enough to notice movement, sound, and smell, this is a great safe spot to rest and play the patience game. I think they're going to be hoping some little warthogs or even that dazzle of zebras with the tiny foals or something like that comes along. Maybe that newborn hartebeest. It sounds awful, but it's exactly what they'd be hoping for. Oh, Nathan, that's a pretty cool question. They are easily, I would say, at least 8 kilometers away. Hey, Morgan? Yeah, 8 to 10 as the crow flies. It's pretty far. So they're a very far distance from those other cheetahs, but also bear in mind they're on a different property to the other cheetahs. So there are different parts of Amakhala that are on different sides of the main N2 highway that runs through. And we're on the southern side, the main part of the reserve. Where the other cheetahs are is called Carnarvondale, which is north of the N2, and there's physically no tunnel for the animals to move between that part of Amakhala and this part of Amakhala. So they physically cannot actually meet unless they manage to jump a fence or something crazy like that, or dig underneath one, I suppose. But again, that's why they have collars, so that they can be monitored. Not that these ones have broken out, but they physically can't get there. But if they could, I would imagine, being 3 young males, they would quite easily take to the females, the young sub-adult female, and Pumalela herself, the mom, But the young male would probably have a hard time because very similar in age to these ones, there would be a lot of competition. So I wouldn't think it would be the friendliest experience. I really wouldn't. Especially now because it seems like Pumalele is spending more and more time away from her sub-adult cubs or sub-adult youngsters. So it seems like they're becoming independent, which is going to stress them out a little bit more as well. So they might not take it too well if these three were to just pop into their territory. But it is part of the reason why they are separated as well. Because of course, being such a highly endangered species and in an active program of trying to repopulate wild cheetahs and also make them genetically stronger, it would be quite disastrous if they were all together in the same place all the time. Or it could be quite disastrous. But it's easily, as the crow flies in a straight line, it's easily about 10 kilometers from where we are to where the other cheetahs are. So that's a pretty far distance to walk. But that being said, if we look at the distance that these cheetahs moved from where they were yesterday, was it, Morgan, when they were at ACC? They were there yesterday, they're back here today. That's easily, also easily, I want to say about 6 or 7 kilometers. And they wouldn't have walked in a straight line, bear that in mind. If not even more. They wouldn't have walked in a straight line. They would have kind of done a few loops and zigzags and trying to figure out where they wanted to go. It's pretty far apart. I can't believe how far these boys are moving. Ruth, that's a pretty cool question. Cheetahs are kind of an exception to the rule in a lot of ways. They do sleep quite a bit, but not nearly as much as a lion does. A lion is famous for sleeping the longest hours of any of the big cats we find here in Africa. They can average anywhere between 16 and 20 hours a day, sometimes even more if they've had a really good meal and don't have to move far for water. So lions definitely take the crown on that one. So cheetahs won't come close to that. They would probably be quite similar to a leopard, averaging somewhere between maybe 12 and 16 hours, but you might find even less. Because they are the weakest of the big cats, and I say that very much in inverted commas, we know that they're big and they're not weak overall. But compared to leopards and lions, they're a lot lighter, and they are considered the weakest in terms of strength and the most vulnerable as well to the other predators. They can't really afford to nap like a lion naps, because they'd get themselves into all kinds of trouble. Lions are big. There's not much it's going to take a pride of lions on other than other lions or maybe hyenas if they're having a really bad day. But hyenas are just there for food. You know, they'll only really take out the cubs. So lions can afford to sleep for as long as they want to, provided they've got enough alertness to just get away from an elephant that's coming at them or something like that. Cheetahs really cannot afford to do that. They can't afford to take those kinds of chances. There's brown hyenas that could injure them. There used to be spotted hyenas. There aren't anymore. But regardless, there's other predators in the area. There's lions. So they really do need to be careful of what they do. They cannot afford an injury. Because they rely on speed and because they aren't so strong, if they had an injury that was more serious than just a bit of a sprain on an ankle or something like that, there's a very high chance cheetahs will die from that injury because they physically cannot keep up with their prey and they're not strong enough to use the same tactics leopards and lions do. So definitely not going to be on the same level as leopards and lions in terms of sleeping. I would think a bit less, purely because they have to be more awake. They are lucky, these three, that they've got each other's backs. So it does allow a little bit more of a comfortable rest. But cheetahs do their best to avoid everything around them unless it's a prey species that they can sneak up on. So they literally just can't afford to sleep for that long. But they are clever, I suppose, in that they try and be less active at night, so they try and get most of their sleep at night. But I'm talking proper REM sleep. I'm not talking sitting with your head up like that and still being awake. I'm talking a decent nap. Wow, that crow woke them up so fast. They've very harsh call in the background is a pied crow. It's a great indicator species. It's seeing the cheetahs and calling. It's letting everything else know that there's cheetahs around, but they're also trying to make sure it's not seeing lions or something and letting them know by accident. Wow, look at that. They are just so beautiful, and they look really, really good. Must be amazing to have that kind of ability to adapt to such a light sleep that you can literally pick up the smallest movement around you. It's amazing that they never get like more tired if they're kind of not really sleeping a deep REM sleep very often. What is that one on the right looking at? It is so focused on something. Wondering if there's movement somewhere in the thickets that we haven't picked up. There must be something, because that cheetah on the right, look how he's kind of flattened his head a bit and he's very focused in that one spot, while the barn swallows are in and out around him. Oh no, he's given up on whatever that was, but it was enough to make him stare properly for a while. He's looking back there again. What are you seeing, boy? So this area, literally, when I say they couldn't have chosen a better area for food, this area is fantastic. I truly mean it. They could not have chosen a better spot for food. The pan is finally full. or at least it's got enough water that's going to last a while. And this area having that beautiful mix of open area for a lot of it, but then these nice thickets on the edges, some small valleys, not very deep ones, but great hiding spots, some termite mounds, a lot of burrows. This is perfect for everything from meerkats and mongooses and birds, right the way through to jackals, which is a competitor to them but could also be an advantage. And then very common other animals that we find here would be black wildebeest in huge numbers sometimes. Definitely lots of red hartebeest. Oh, hello boy, are you getting up? Oh, and you've still got a limp. Stretch it out. Lots of zebras with foals, eland with calves, giraffes with calves as well. Oh, are you two having a cuddle? Warthogs as well, not that they're the easiest thing for cheetahs to hunt, but they've tried before. Impalas, springbuck. The opportunities really are endless here if they play the patience game and find themselves a spot where they're a bit hidden. Everything's going to come back towards this pan at some point, and they're going to have some great opportunity. And because it's so open, hopefully we'll have a great chance to see it in action. It's very cute with the two of them lying almost on top of each other. So those two look almost identical to me, that are kind of cuddling. And then the one on the right's a little bit bigger. You can see the shoulders are big and the head is bigger. So he's the biggest of the three. And those two together are so similar looking to me. Very, very dark coloration. Almost reddish in color around the face. And slightly slighter frame in the body. Oof, and it looks like the weather is building here. There are some massive clouds coming in, so it's going to be an interesting morning. But we're going to stick around and see if the cheetahs decide to move. Hopefully they do. For now, I'll send you over to Trish over the hill in Kariga to see what's happening there.
Sorry about that. How cool is this? We are an all-girl team today. Myself at the waterholes, Trish in Kariga, and Tess in Amakhala. I think that's definitely a first for me on Escape to Nature. But it is still booming at Okokoya Waterhole. As you can see, still many zebras coming to the water, leaving, wildebeest also arriving, the springbok enjoying some grass, and my beautiful Egyptian geese also just taking it easy today. It is in fact Saturday, so what a way to spend the morning, just taking it easy, and we are taking it easy with all of them as well. And it's always so great to see those cheetahs in Amakhala. They really are doing phenomenal. And they are looking really good. I can't actually remember when last I saw a cheetah in the wild. It has been a few years. And as Tess mentioned, always special seeing endangered animals. I think after yesterday I'm done trying to imitate the animals or trying to talk to them. After that honey badger incident, I don't think I'll ever try to imitate another animal. So I will just let all of you listen to all of this. And again, we've been seeing this for a couple of consecutive days now. But then when it's quiet again, perhaps if we get rain again and the animals return to the rest of the park, we will definitely miss this. So it is so crucial just to appreciate absolutely everything that we see every single moment of every single day, including the oryx. Judith, you are saying these are quite interesting vocalizations. Is it not absolutely incredible? And to think that we can actually be seeing these animals, listen to them, watch them interact, do their thing, drink water, take a swim. It really is so special. I think we are so lucky to be doing what we are every single day. And I know I say that often, but I really do feel so lucky. Oh, look at that tiny springbok. I don't know if you saw that tiny leap of joy. And even they are already becoming so big. Just like our Egyptian geese and a lot of the other animals. But of course, animals that could potentially become prey to a predator or to a bird of prey. Really anything out here, they have to grow fast because they have to look like the adults, number one, so they aren't immediately singled out, but also so that they can develop quickly, so that they can run away quickly. Just look at that. Patoink, patoink, patoink. I think it must be quite nerve-wracking, especially if you're that small and you don't expect the water to be that deep. It's like when you go to the ocean or you're walking through a lagoon. I remember on one vacation, my phone had broken and my brother gave me one of his other phones to borrow. And I thought, I'm just going to take a stroll on the beach. put my earphones in and I was walking through a lagoon, and the next thing the water was up to my shoulders. I don't know what happened. It was sinking sand or but pretty much like that springbok now, you know. It was very quick and I very quickly had to get out of there, but needless to say the phone was no more. But again, that tiny springbok knew exactly how to react, how to use all of its energy to try and evade the water in this case. But of course it can be anything in the wild, a crocodile or a predator. They really will do everything in their power to get away. Oh, that springbok seems like it might actually still be pregnant, the one that was in front. And springbok, as we know, is one of those magical animals. Both males and females do have horns. So you really have to make sure when you are thinking it as a male or female or whatever the case is. It seems like quite a few of them are still very well-rounded. But as we saw with the impalas in Djuma as well, during the summertime and the rain season, they still stay quite stocky. You know, they are getting a lot of nutrients, even after having give birth. They are on a very nutritious diet. Oh, look at that one. It's got some sass in him. Peter, you are 12 years old. What a time to be alive. Thank you so much for watching. Oh, sorry, Peter. I apologize about that. You would like to know, how do these particular animals live together in harmony? So, all of these animals, first and foremost, remember, none of them eat each other. All of them are vegetarian, the ones that we are looking at right now. The zebras, they eat grass. Springbok eat grass, wildebeest eat grass, so all of them are essentially vegetarian. And remember, out here it all goes about food. That is what everything revolves around. For vegetarians, for predators, for whatever the animal is that you are currently observing. So if you have to fear something that could potentially eat you at any time, you are not really going to get along with that animal. However, all of these animals, being vegetarian, no one is going to eat each other. There's also no direct competition for food, even though they are all herbivores. Your zebras are what we call bulk grazers. Your springbok, for the most part, it depends on the season, but they are also grazers. Your wildebeests are selective grazers. Your giraffes that we saw earlier on, they are browsers, so they eat the leaves. And as we see, they really move, they come and go as the other animals do too. So they know they have to share the water, they have to share the food, and none of them are going to eat each other. So for that reason, should a predator also be in the vicinity, they can also definitely alert one another and say, hey, we see a predator, everyone be on alert, look out, make sure you run faster than someone else. No, we tend to think that is always the rule of thumb, but it is not, especially for lions and leopards. People always joke and say, if you are ever encountered by a predator, or if you ever encounter a predator, just make sure you run faster than someone else. First and foremost, only food runs in Africa. And secondly, if you run the fastest, that predator is going to think, that's a challenge. Let me try and catch that animal, that creature. And that is the exact same what animals do as well. When they spot a predator, they don't just immediately run away. They tell the predator first by making an alarm call. Listen, we have seen you. You've been made. You are not going to be sneaking up on us. And then if the predator continues to go for one of them, then everyone will of course scatter. But in terms of coexisting, all of these animals can coexist, mostly because none of them eat each other. There are of course various other reasons as well, but first and foremost is because they don't eat each other. So they don't have to be afraid of one another. And if you're just joining us in the beautiful Ukukuyo, welcome and thank you for spending your Saturday with us on Escape to Nature. I'm happy to report we are actually an all-girl team today. It's myself in Ukukuyo and the Djuma Dam Cam, of course, and then Tess in Amakhala and Trish in Kariga. So in terms of the naturalists, of course, Tess has her cameraman Morgan with her. But other than that, we are all chicas today, which is a first for me on Escape to Nature. But it has been brilliant so far. Trishala has shown us some mushrooms, chatted a little bit about that, and of course, she's always happy to share the smaller things with us as well. In Ukukuyo, we've seen some giraffes, zebras, wildebeests, all of the general game that are just constantly coming and going, and Tess as the cheetahs in Amakhala. So it's been a wonderful day so far. And as always, remember this is a live and interactive experience. Technically we are on safari, but it's a little bit more laid back. But we still love hearing from you. So please do keep those questions and comments coming. We are also chatting a little bit about what we've learned this past week on the Wild About Love segments. So please do let me know, what have you learned so far that you perhaps didn't know or that you've forgotten in terms of social structures and relationships and dynamics and all of that. I would love to hear from all of you. Eagle Lover, you are saying great sighting with all of the animals, but you are missing the greenery. Isn't it crazy how quickly it changed? Literally 2 weeks ago, all of this was still lush and green and fluffy almost, I want to say. Because we literally, especially on this side of the waterhole, you know, it was so, the grass seemed so poofy. I literally just wanted to have a picnic on it, or a nap even. And just look at it now. It is becoming so dry again, and ooh, so patchy as well. Sorry, I don't know if any of you saw that springbok. It was very funny. Just pounce out of the water. But yes, Eagle Lover, I agree with you. It really has drastically changed within such a short time. So I really do hope that the animals get some rain. Even if that means we are going to experience some quiet times again. Because of course animals follow water. Where there's rain, there will be water, and animals don't constantly just have to go to one area for food and for water. But for their sake, and for the rest of the park of course as well, I hope that there is some serious rain on the way. Even if we can just get some rain teleported from other parts in the country, in South Africa, Djuma. Just send some over the border for us. But as I've mentioned, we've got Tess and Morgan in Amakhala as well, and they've got some cheetahs for us, so let's head on over to them.
Thank you so much, Lisa. It is absolutely brilliant out here. We've got all three brothers lying very close together, and we are literally waiting at this point for the storm to hit, because we are surrounded by these just walls of dark grey, dark blue storm clouds. And I think the cheetahs are feeling the same thing coming. Animals are so in tune with all of these little weather changes that we kind of rely on a weather report for. So between the cheetahs grouping together and starting to wake up, and all of these swallows, oh, that one nearly hit me, all of these swallows surrounding us, we know that there's a low pressure cell building, causes all the insects to come up out of the grass, and so the swallows go absolutely wild for it, and the animals start to change their behavior. They start to get a bit more awake, getting ready to move if they need to. Now, there is another vehicle coming to join us, because of course the three cheetah boys are very popular, and as they should be. They are stunning, and they're in the perfect spot today to be appreciated from every angle. So I'm sure everyone's going to love this opportunity to get a nice clear view of three cheetah dudes hanging out. But what I did want to show you as well is where we are on the map, because we have had quite a few interesting questions about distances and where we have been and where we're going. So I will show you the map. So this is the main section of Amakhala that we are on. So when I say we live in the northern part, I mean this little part here. So Morgan and I stay kind of just there, and the cheetahs were hanging out in this section, but particularly that corner, for quite a while. Then they came down through the tunnel and decided this corner was going to be their playground. And they were there for probably, well over a week, eh, Morgan? Well over a week they were sticking around this area here. So we had a lot of fun trying to find them. Now we are here. So we're almost in the center of the southern part of Amakhala. And where the other cheetahs are that we were asking about earlier is over here onto a property that sits here in this open space just above Amakhala. So that's called Carnarvondale, and those cheetahs kind of hang out in this section, but they do tend to go quite far north as well. But where these boys came from today to end up here was all the way across there, right in the top northeastern section of Amakhala. They were here yesterday morning, Then we believe the road that they took, or the path they took, it was not a straight line down to the pan. It was in fact a bit of a loop-de-loop. They ended up kind of coming down past the basin, which is this section here with that view that we always look at. They did a bit of a loop-de-loop up here, past there, up, and then came down. So they didn't even do a straight line. So they must have walked easily 4 times the size of Djuma, literally overnight. So they've done a great job of moving across Amakhala as far as they possibly can. I still am yet to see most of kind of this section as is. I don't think I've been there before. Not much of it anyway. So this place is massive, and of course the animals have vast distances to move, and they really do seem to enjoy it. They've got a lot of space, but you can see why it might be a bit of a challenge for them to meet up with the other cheetahs if they're physically not on this section of the reserve. And just to see in general how far they've moved is really, really impressive, because they moved right through the area where the lions have been for the last 3-4 weeks. I haven't seen the lions anywhere other than in that basin, and they chose a path pretty much almost right through there and ended up behind that section yesterday morning. So they've done a great job of exploring the main part of the reserve recently. It's no wonder they're so tired. They've covered some impressive distance. They're once again taking turns to see who's going to be the slightly more awake cheetah. It looks like relaxing is going to be the theme of the day. Tyler, no, cheetah coalitions don't always have to consist of siblings. Most of them will, though, because coalitions are only formed between males. There's been the rare account of females forming coalitions, but it would be very extreme circumstances to allow for that to happen. So in this case, they have known each other since they were very young. So they're not necessarily brothers, but in most cases it would be from the same litter. So remember, cheetahs are a little different to lions and leopards again in the size of the litters that they are capable of giving birth to. The average is 4 or 5 cubs, but it can be as low as 2 and it can be as high as 9 in one litter. So within that you're going to have quite a few males, quite a few females. The females are going to disperse on their own, and the males generally form a coalition between brothers, and that is the strongest coalition you can find, is born in the same litter and all brothers and going through life together. That is the most common as well. But if we look at any other circumstances, it is possible that you only have, for example, 2 sub-adults that end up surviving, like the 2 that are on Carnarvondale with Phumelela, that big female cheetah. For them, it's 1 male, 1 female. When they split, that male's going to be on his own. So if he finds an area or gets introduced to an area that has other young male cheetahs in a similar age range, you might find that they might form a coalition. And so that is always possible because it allows them to survive better. It is part of the natural instinct. But most of the time we do see males in a coalition that are brothers. So it's always an exception to the rule, I suppose. But majority of the time you will find that they will be brothers from the exact same litter.
We are offering our explorers another extraordinary Wild Earth experience. Leopard explorers and above stand a chance to win a 3-night stay for 2 at Amakhala Game Reserve, picturesquely situated next to Addo Elephant Sanctuary Park. Enjoy an authentic bush lodge experience in the luxurious Woodbury tented camp and feel the heartbeat of Africa on exhilarating safari drives. Sign up to be an explorer today and you might soon be off to the nation with Wild Earth.
So we knew it was a matter of time. It's starting to rain. So we can see kind of a wall coming up behind the cheetahs, and in fact, if I look in front of me, there's a wall. If I look to the left, there's a wall. If I look behind me, there's a wall. So we are pretty much surrounded by storms at the moment. Very big, scary looking dark blue clouds. And we had some really impressive thunder and lightning last night. Let me tell you, it's one of the most beautiful things about a storm for me is the thunder and lightning, and just the way that everything responds immediately to those conditions, and then the same for when it clears up. Just like now, with all the swallows being out, with the cheetahs being out in the open, you'll find that animals have responded literally immediately to that gap in the rain. But it is starting again. And what that means is we might see a counter reaction from the cheetahs at some point. If it does start getting heavier, they don't like the water. I imagine they're going to get up and try and find a thicket. It might not be now, it might be in 10 minutes or 30 minutes, or even if they tolerate it, if it gets harder, maximum, I suppose, about an hour. But I wouldn't think it would take that long. The rain is definitely starting to pick up a bit. For now, it's refreshing, but soon it might be bucketing. I don't think they'll like that very much. They might play a bit. They might get a bit of a burst of energy. Oh, look at that. All the swallows are coming in and out again. The start of the rain, the insects are all starting to move. Christina, I suppose in the bigger scheme of things, pretty much everything out here has adapted to tolerating the rain and obviously working around it if they need to. Things that I would imagine would be a little bit tougher to deal with the rain would definitely be things like reptiles, because they are ectothermic, so they can't control their body temperature. When it rains, if they get wet and it starts cooling down, they struggle to keep themselves warm. So they'd have to try and find a place to hide, which is often things like termite mounds or rock crevices, anywhere underground that it might hold a bit of heat and keep them dry. But also things like birds and even insects. So for cheetahs and things like that, it's easy for them to get up and move. They can just go and find a bush, or relatively easy. They can find a bush and stay kind of dry and just wait it out. For something like an insect, imagine being a honeybee or even a dragonfly. You're trying to navigate by flying when there's rain, and here it comes in sideways because there's always wind with it. It comes in sideways and the drops are so close together it physically drenches you in about 5 minutes. Less than 5 minutes. So imagine 1 minute. You can tell we've gotten quite soaked in the last few days. We've run out of dry clothes and shoes. But imagine trying to navigate that if you're a botfly or a honeybee or even, something like a dragonfly. You're navigating through something that's physically going to weigh you down, knock your wings, and make it almost impossible to fly. So that's why at the moment there's a lot of swallows flying around, because insects, knowing the rain is coming, are moving. They're moving somewhere with some shelter, and that causes those swallows to come in. But even then, imagine being a swallow. For now, it's fine to fly around when it's nice and light. As soon as it starts drenching you, your feathers get wet. Yes, there's a waterproof layer, but it's not foolproof. It's going to fail in intense rain. For raptors, it might be fine, but small birds, the minute you get weighed down and those feathers start getting soaked, you can't fly easily anymore. So the best is to try and perch and move out of the way. But like I say, everything is adapted to surviving it. So insects will move now and try and find cover. As soon as the cheetahs and the birds start getting too wet, they move, they find cover. So they kind of just have to change their habits a little bit. They have to change their intended plan for the day, and they have to adapt to what the rain is bringing and just find a situation where they can make it a little bit more pleasant. Very much the same as us. We might get drenched, but if we can find a dryish spot or a way to position towards the rain, which animals do for the sun as well, not just the rain, if we can find a way to block some of it, we get a lot happier. But of course, if you get drenched, you're going to be a little bit grumpy until you start drying off again. So sometimes the best is literally just to get under cover. Oh, here it comes, Morgan. It is, and it's coming in from literally directly to our right. So I'm getting drenched because there's no roof over me on this side or no door. Oh, shame. Pity. Wonder how long it'll take the cheetahs to move now. And those swallows. So the rain is coming in from their right, almost at their backs now. So they want to keep their tummies tucked away from the rain. They want to try and have it hit their backs because the tummy hair is a little bit finer, so it's got a better chance of wetting down to their skin then. But we're going to have to see how this goes with the rain and kind of play it by ear. For now, though, we'll send you back over to Lisa with the Okukuyu waterhole camera in Namibia.
Thank you, Tess. Good luck over there with the rain. It always comes when you least expect it. I really hope any of our locations can send some of the rain this way. However, we are not complaining because due to the, well, I guess you can start calling it the drought. Due to the drought, the animals are rapidly returning to this beautiful waterhole. And there is still enough water for now, but you can see the level has definitely dropped. There's most definitely an increase in the animal activity. But all of these zebras just astonish me. It really is so amazing to see so many zebras. You can see in the back there's a bit of a tiff going on. And they can get rather aggressive, just like giraffes that are necking. Of course, when giraffe bulls get very serious about it, sometimes they can actually cause internal bleeding. Or they can trip one another. I know on my previous game reserve that I worked on, they actually had a sighting the one morning where a giraffe, I sadly missed the sighting, but a giraffe bull tripped the other one, and as soon as his head hit the ground, unfortunately, he passed away. He did not just pass out, he passed away. But zebras as well, they can really, those kicks are super powerful. The bites, of course, that they can give one another, that is also definitely quite severe. But in terms of drowning, they can even drown one another. People tend to think, it's just the adults that sometimes drown their foals. That is not the case. I think it was the day before yesterday, we did have a sighting of two stallions fighting, and the one actually attempted to sort of hold the other one underwater, but luckily got away, and they both carried on like nothing had happened. Oh, we just had a European bee-eater fly past. I thought they had completely left us, but it seems like they are still around. And of course, yesterday we started hearing some woodland kingfishers, which also is an indication of the rain season. However, you wouldn't say that right now. I really am hoping, just for the animals' sake, that we, even if it's just one night of proper rainfall, we'll definitely see the transformation again in terms of vegetation. The activity at the waterhole will most probably then decrease again, but we have to think about what's best for Mother Nature and for the animals and everything surrounding it. If you are not too familiar with the animals and the noises and the sounds here, you would definitely think there is some donkey on the loose in the wild. Of course, that last piece of vocalization that they do, I'm not going to try to imitate it, but I know you are all familiar with what I'm referencing to. And again, that is because there is so much dynamic happening right now for bachelor herds, for harems. Within the next month or so, we'll also start to see the springbok and the impalas. We've slowly started seeing it with the impalas in Djuma. But the rutting season, of course, the males also chasing each other around, and then thereafter will be the mating season that all of the babies will be born from in the summertime. Oof, guys, you are quite rowdy there at the back. Oh, finally we've got a herd of wildebeest coming by again. We'll see if they have some calves amongst them. Hopefully we'll see some little ones. But the relationship between zebras and wildebeest has always been a big fascination in Africa. A lot of people have various hypotheses for it. But mainly we believe it's due to their diets. Zebras being the bulk grazers, and they mow the lawn for the wildebeests, and the wildebeests of course go after the shorter, greener grass. But then, as I say, some people say that zebras have better hearing and wildebeest have better eyesight. Just like any of these other animals that tend to hang out with one another, it's because of the fact that they can also, as I said, none of them eat each other, but also they can alert one another when a predator is nearby. And that is not just the case that we have here in Okokoyo, that is really anywhere you observe these animals in Africa. Safety in numbers. The more animals you are, the more eyes and ears you have, but also the bigger the group seems to the predator and more intimidating, hopefully. Oh, just look at the little ones. Nadia, you are saying you can never get tired of the sounds at Ukukoyo. Absolutely. I could not agree with you more. I have to be very honest with you though. The one sound that I miss quite a lot is the sound of elephants splashing about, mud bathing, swimming. And that in itself just shows you once again that we should never take any sighting for granted. Even though we've been seeing so many zebras and wildebeest the past few days, in a couple of days you never know, that might change again. If it rains, I do believe it will definitely change again, because then there's water again for the animals in other areas. And specifically, when it is raining or when there's a storm, the animals tend to sort of stick to the tree line in this case, where they shelter, and then slowly they'll start emerging again. But that being said, as soon as it's rained, as we know, a lot of other water holes fill up, a lot of puddles fill up, like we've been seeing in Djuma. Oh, just look at that tiny one. It's also got to be one of my favorite baby animals. And with wildebeest, well, really with a lot of these animals, if you are part of a harem or a herd or whatever the case is, if that animal is going to be a risk for the rest of the herd, it has to get left behind. And I've seen that so many times in the wild in summertime. It is heartbreaking. I remember one time we got to a sighting where an impala literally just gave birth. We saw the baby, as we arrived, we saw the baby dropping. And she, of course, started to clean it, and she started nudging it with her head. And unfortunately, the baby never got up. She had a miscarriage. Not sure, of course, I'm no vet. But I'm not sure what was wrong with the baby, but the baby never got up, and the mom never left. But unfortunately, that afternoon, when we got back, it was being devoured by hyenas. And again, that is what nature is about. It's cruel, it's harsh. As wonderful as it is most of the time, there are really some harsh realities that we have to deal with and observe. But that is all part of the natural selection. It really is survival of the fittest. I know it's such a cliche, but that really is what it's all about. Even wildebeests. One moment that I will probably never ever ever forget in my life. We were heading out for sunset safari, and far down the road already I saw something lying in the road, like something that's sort of like a darker color. And as we came closer, it was a baby wildebeest that had been lying in the shade, but it was completely by itself. And we sat there and we waited and we looked to see if any mother or any herd or anything is around. We even listened, to see if we can hear that sound, but we didn't. And eventually, I got so upset. I jumped out of the vehicle because it was excruciatingly hot. So I jumped out of the vehicle and I literally just threw a little bit of water over the wildebeest, just over the face to cool down a little bit, because you could see he was really struggling to breathe. Obviously, I'm sure he must have been alone for the whole day. So he didn't have mom's nutrition from milk. It was hot. He wasn't hydrated. And I literally I rubbed the face with some ice and I sat there crying. I remember hunched down crying, and my guests just sat in the vehicle and they didn't know what to do. And essentially, that's not, again, everything in nature is all about letting it be and interfering as little as we can. But I just felt so heartbroken in that moment, because you could really see this wildebeest is struggling. Now, I'm assuming either he didn't get up soon enough, or perhaps there was, I don't know, some trauma. Maybe he had a problem with his legs. And unfortunately, the herd had to leave him, because if you are going to risk the whole herd, then you are going to get left behind. And later that evening, we came back, and sadly, a leopard had hoisted the wildebeest into a tree. So to this day, I just tell myself, that it was probably better for the wildebeest, because had it just stayed there and kept dehydrating and overexerting itself, because even as we arrived, it was still making a very, very faint call. And when I put the water on it, he almost did this sigh of you could see it was a relief, but again, that's not the ideal situation. But all of these animals out here, it's the exact same. The springbok, the zebras, the wildebeest. It's all about the relationships. I've told you guys this story before as well, but on Christmas Day, my first Christmas Day as an official qualified guide, we went down what we called Kubu Tree Line. I still remember that exact road and everything, and I just saw this impala jumping around and sort of alarm calling towards something, but we couldn't see what's happening. And so initially we just turned off the road a little bit just to give us some space, and a python had literally just killed her baby and started swallowing it on Christmas Day. I will never ever ever forget that in my life. But the fact that she stuck around, and didn't just desert the baby and gave up. Last year there was a brilliant sighting in Kruger as well, of brilliant but heartbreaking, of a baby giraffe. Again, not sure what happened with a baby giraffe, if it had a problem with the legs or whatever the case had been. But the female also did not leave. The cow did not leave her baby or desert it. And unfortunately, eventually, jackals came and vultures came and hyenas came and lions came. And by the end of it, a male lion got away with a baby, dragged it off. But she stayed in that area, I think, for 2 or 3 days, if I'm not mistaken. And just that dedication that all of these animals have. And again, it boils down to the relationships that animals share, but it's not just maternal that is so beautiful. It really is the friendships that they share, all of these animals coexisting. Whether they know it or not, whether they are doing it on purpose or not, there is a massive relationship between all of these animals, and they all understand one another. Michelle, good morning. You are saying the animal kingdom is just beautiful. I could not agree with you more. It really is. It just blows my mind, specifically, and not just because it's Valentine's week and we are discussing the relationships and everything, but really the way everything is interconnected here, the way everything works. These animals adapt, they acclimate, they survive, they thrive. And those that don't, again, that's part of the natural selection. And even lions that share a relationship with a prey species. Of course, it's not a very good relationship for the, unfortunately, for the other animals. But at the end of the day, everyone's got to eat. It's all about food out here. Food, water, and reproduction. That is the only thing on these animals' minds. Technically speaking, of course. I would give my left pinky to know what is really on their minds, but all of these animals, the oryxes, the springbok. And I always think, I mentioned this yesterday, but I always think, what is their life story? Which of these animals have actually been victims of lions and were lucky enough to get away? if a zebra mare loses its foal, does she remember that? Of course, we talk a lot about animals mourning and their feelings and all of that. And really, we never will know. We will never know what's going on in their minds. What are they thinking about? Do they have memories? Do they have recollection or emotions or all of that? I like to believe that they do. Just merely from the time that I've spent with animals and being able to actually observe them and see how they react and interact with one another.
When was the last time you caught your breath? When were you last truly amazed? When last did you marvel at the wonder of nature? Wild Earth Epic Animal Encounters. Only available on the Wild Earth app.
Jacobus, good morning. You are saying het julle al die gras opgerol en geberre. Now Jacobus is asking me in Afrikaans if we've rolled up all the grass and put it away. If only that was the case, Jacobus, I really wish that I could say yes to that question, but no. Sadly, this is what happens when there's an influx and radical change in vegetation. You know, there was so much greenery around, and of course all of the animals were just like, woohoo! But sadly now it has become trampled. It has of course become overgrazed. Not overgrazed, but the fact that there hasn't been rain again probably I would say in the last 2.5 weeks. It has unfortunately gone brown again and dry, which is why I've been saying, you know, I really do hope for the animals' sake that we get quite a lot of rain still. Because when you think about it, Ukokoya's rainfall is technically from January to April. But that being said, we haven't even had a lot of rainfall. That little bit that we had was able to transform the whole of this, well, this section of the park. I'm not sure of the rest of the section of the park. I'm sure it would have as well. That springbok just got chased by the Egyptian goose, coming too close to the little ones or the youngsters. Again, another relationship we see. In various forms, you know, maternal, the Egyptian goose, or paternal, one of the parents making sure the youngsters are protected, and then just showing off that dominance towards the springbok, saying, listen, if you come close to my children again, I will smack you silly, even if I have to do it with my wings. But no, Jacobus, unfortunately, I wish we did roll up the grass and put it away and I could just lay it out for them again. But unfortunately that is not the case. And there definitely will be a change in terms of animal activity once it rains again. But again, it's going to be interesting to observe it for the next month or two, to see not only how much rain we will still get, hopefully, to get us through winter as well, but also in terms of the animals. As I've said, we've seen giraffes since yesterday afternoon, and this morning we saw some giraffes, which definitely shows a change in pattern for the animals, which might indicate that we hopefully might see some elephants as well, because we also saw a black rhino again yesterday. So the animals are all here. Of course, it is a national park. There's various water holes and various areas that they can go to. But this water level is definitely dropping. I mean, you can definitely see it here. So if you look more to the bottom left of your screen, you'll see that open patch of sand next to the water. So of course that is where the actual pipe is, as this is a man-made water hole. And I don't know if any of you remember, but earlier on, I think around October, November, when we did still see some elephants and all of the other animals, that was completely submerged by the water. We could not see that at all. And the fact that it is now rapidly dropping, it worries me a little. And again, we can fill this water hole, so that's not what worries me. It's just a little bit concerning. And the fact that all of the zebras specifically are getting into the water, of course, wanting to cool off. You can imagine it is pretty hot out here. But it soaks up all of the water as well. Not just when they drink, but when they are fully going into the water, you can imagine those hairs on the bodies are soaking up. Yes, you too, zebra foal. See, like that. Not just drinking water, but also soaking up water. Woo! Put on your floaties, little one. You can't just go into the water and think everything's going to be fine. Goodness. I see it's that foal's fault that there's no more. That there's not a lot of water left anymore. Oh, there we go. There we go. I just had to find some actual ground to start walking on again. Nicole, you would like to know... That's very interesting. Sorry, that zebra just went across the whole water hole. I thought it was part of another heron. Sorry about that, I got distracted there. Nicole, you would like to know what's my favorite animal to observe at the water holes. It depends on the day and time. In general, I love elephants. And specifically, of course, at a water hole when they are mud bathing and drinking and swimming. But I really enjoy all of these animals. No, you were a part of that harem. I thought that was strange. Just quickly went to go over to say hi to your friend. How cute was that? He literally just wanted to cool off. Probably saw one of his play dates. Told him what him and his harem did this morning, and then going back to his harem now. But Nicole, I enjoy all of them, to be honest with you. It's every day is a new day, and every day is filled with opportunities and surprise. Most of all surprise. I mean, yesterday I was observing the Djuma Dam Cam the whole day. I knew exactly where the lions were, and I never saw them. And of course, yesterday afternoon on Sunset Safari, we finally saw a leg, and then we saw an ear, and then one of the cubs actually stood up and had something in its mouth. I forgot to mention that yesterday, but it seemed like a leopard tortoise. But I'm not sure. It could have also just been a pile of dung. Sometimes the cubs do that. It's a toy, basically. So yesterday, for me personally, I loved watching the lions on the Djuma Dam Cam. I wasn't constantly controlling the dam cam. Of course, we've got some zoomies helping us. But just watching them playing, and then of course playing with Dad, and then coming over to the water to drink, that for me was phenomenal. But even specifically here, that foal that just went through the whole waterhole, and that springbok baby that we saw earlier on, that too was precious. So it really is, I don't have a specific favorite animal that I, always, well, I'm lying when I say that. I always want to see elephants, but but in terms of, a specific sighting, all of them for me are really, really so precious. Rachel, you would like to know what is the reason that why we would stop seeing some animals. Well, as I've been mentioning, it's the animals follow water. So I'm not sure how the water levels are looking in the rest of the park. But elephants specifically, they have to think about food as well, because they eat so much vegetation. They eat grass, flowers, berries, leaves, branches, tubes, roots, everything. So if you've got a big elephant herd specifically as well, you have to think of all of the members and think of food provision for all of them as well. So that is most probably the reason. Animals follow food, water, and mating partners, or mating potential, I should rather say. So I can't really tell you what's the reason for elephants not coming past anymore. I don't know where the lions are. But hopefully we'll start seeing them again sometime. Just so peaceful listening to all of these animals, having the beautiful blue sky. It really is just the perfect day. But remember, as we are watching all of these animals coming and going constantly at the Kokoya waterhole, we are watching this live. So please do send me any questions or comments that you may have. And since we've discussed a lot of these animals and their relationships and all of that, you are definitely welcome to ask me some personal things as well. If there's anything that you would like to know about me as a naturalist or me as a person, I'll try and answer them as best as I can. The only thing I will refuse is imitating a honey badger call again. But furthermore, let me know what you would like to look for, what you would like to know. Chloe, good morning. You would like to know if zebras have the same mating partner for life? No. So if you've just joined us, zebras form harems and they form bachelor groups. So bachelor groups, of course, become established before harems actually do. That is when the males are fighting with one another. But then a zebra stallion will actually take on a harem, which consists of a couple of mares, and generally there will be a first wife for the season, so a female that gets preference in terms of mating and attention and all of that, which I think is rather unfair. But no, they do not mate for life. They've got harems. He mates with several females. They've got a lifespan of about 20 years, so you know they can go through that process quite a few times. And of course he can be removed from his harem if he gets challenged by another stallion, and that stallion persists, you know, to kick him out, literally and figuratively. Then that will definitely happen. But no, they are not, as we call, monogamous. They do not just have one partner for mating for life. They've got several. Fix, you would like to know if man has ever tried to breed zebra with a horse. Yes, man is man and man is silly. Of course, I'm referring to humankind when I say that, not the actual gender. But yes, as humans, we do very strange things and try to crossbreed animals. For me personally, I don't think that's ever a good thing, because that is not how nature intended it to be, ever. But again, everyone is entitled to their own opinion, and yes, it has happened. But when you start doing things like that, you have to remember that you are now mixing DNA and genes, and you really are mixing with the manifestation of that animal, and breeding it with another one. You are now mixing two of that. And that is not how nature intended that to be. A horse has to be a horse, a zebra has to be a zebra, a springbok has to be a springbok. But of course, there are people that want to have exotic looking animals and exotic looking things for all sorts of reasons. I know king cheetah is a big thing on the black market. Now, of course, your king cheetah is a recessive gene. And just like anything else in nature, yesterday I spoke a lot about Kanyisa, the pink elephant, which is an elephant with just lack of melanin. And every now and again, Mother Nature does that. There's just a really incredible occurrence that happens, just like king cheetah. That is a natural occurrence initially. So king cheetah, of course, is an overdose, you can say, of melanin. So as opposed to having spots, they have like sort of those blotches on them. And sadly, that is a big animal on the black market. A lot of royal families look for it. I'm not referring to the royal family in England, but in a lot of countries, some of the royals do actually have them in their palaces as pets. And when you start to specifically try and crossbreed with animals, you are now interfering with Mother Nature. And sometimes, for the most part, it can be successful. A lot of people try to you can have a king cheetah female and a king cheetah male and not necessarily have king cheetah cubs. Just because that is not how nature works. That is not how biology works. So it has happened before, yes, Fix. But again, if you ask me personally, we shouldn't be doing things like that. We did not create any of these animals, so who are we to play with them and to sort of experiment with them now? Of course, there are a lot of other species as well that are rather exotic animals, specifically in the wildlife trade, like black impalas and golden wildebeests and things like that. But again, for me personally, and again, that's just personal opinion, I don't think we should be doing that.
Explorers, it's time for another town hall. Join us as we catch up with our founder, Graham Wallington, to hear his updates on all things Wild Earth. And as always, your feedback is invaluable in shaping Wild Earth. So send in your questions, feedback, criticisms and suggestions, and Graham will respond to you in real time.
Thank you very much for joining me on this town hall.
See you there.
Margaret, good morning. Thank you so much for joining us. You are saying you cannot believe how quickly the green has gone. That really has been the topic of the week. It really makes me so sad to know that these animals don't have fluffy green grass to have their picnics on, specifically the Egyptian geese. And of course, the springbok, all of the animals that are, well, of course, all of these animals are vegetarian, but you can definitely see they just come to the water now and then they move off. Where, a week or so ago when it was still green, they didn't come to the water as much, but you have to remember when there's grass and it's full of nutrients, of course it's full of moisture as well, specifically directly after rain. And so they didn't have to constantly come to the water. So rain really just does change everything. Patterns of animals, food availability to animals, water resources. So as I say, I'm sad to have to say it, because I know then we will see a decrease in animal activity at this waterhole again, but I hope there's a proper rainstorm, in fact quite a few still, for this rain season in store for the animals, so they can have enough food. Because you can imagine if it's going to be like this and we don't get rainfall again before the winter, and we have to go through winter and it's already looking like this, it'll definitely become problematic. Now of course Etosha National Park does have 30 plus water holes, so there could be other options for them, but this specifically luckily is a man-made water hole, so we can fill it up if it really does completely dry up. But hopefully Mother Nature will bless us with some good rainfall still. We have not nearly had enough to get us through the winter, I would say, in my personal opinion. So I really am hoping for that. And you can see a lot of the animals are actually still pregnant. The zebras, the springbok. For the most part, it seems like most of the wildebeest that we've seen have given birth. But again, that's diving into the lambing season and the calving season for animals again, and how they wait for rain before they give birth. Is it an instinctive thing? Is it something they can control? Is it a conscious thing? Because biologically and according to an animal's body and anatomy, you can only withhold for so long. If it's time, then it's time. So hopefully we'll get some rain so the newly borns can also have some fresh food, fresh water, so that they can grow quickly, have a lot of nutrients in their little bodies, and be able to evade the predators, get them through winter. But we'll have to see. For now, it doesn't even seem like we are expecting any rain. But you never know. The one thing that we've learned watching all of these locations and all of these animals is never go accordingly to weather predictions. It's always good to know it, but it's never the rule. Rainbow, you would like to know what animal study would I like to get into? Do you mean like which specific species, or? For me personally, again, I love elephants. And I think that's just probably because I have so much experience with them in terms of, being able to spend time with them and observe them and all of that. And it really, I worked with some people who has worked with elephants for 25 years. One of my very good friends and former colleagues, his name is Tiger. And he's originally from Zimbabwe, and he works with a herd of elephants, but he's literally been working with some of those elephants since they were calves. And the knowledge that man had was just absolutely incredible. And I specifically would love to be able to, like here in Okokoyo, I have to say it's really been interesting to watch the different dynamics of the animals. With the lions so far, I personally have seen the Umbika pride, but I think to be able to walk with those animals and to follow those animals and be able to track their patterns and what they eat and all of that, that really would be so amazing. I would love to do that for any animal really, even if it's a harem of zebra or a specific leopard. But in general, for me, I just like delving into animal behavior, which is ethology, and really for all of the species, birds, mammals, I enjoy all of them. Montana, you would like to know if the animals will migrate elsewhere. So yesterday we spoke about this a little bit in terms of migration, even if it's just within a game reserve or a national park. As I said, animals follow food, water, and mating potential. So if it does run dry, yes, they will need to go elsewhere. However, if it does run dry, I think the conservation management will definitely fill it up. This is a man-made waterhole. But yes, animals follow water. If there's no water, they will carry on and move as far as they can and is possible for them to get to. Of course, without dehydrating, hopefully. But they definitely will move on, yes, if there's no more water in this waterhole, which hopefully never happens. But again, never say never. It seems it is calming down now again at the waterhole. But for now, I'm going to send you over to Amakhala so we can see what Tess and Morgan are up to.
Oh my goodness, we are so lucky. We had to escape the area of the cheetahs because the rain started coming down. But as we started outrunning the storm, we managed to leave it behind for a little bit. So I imagine it's going to catch up with us again just now. But for now, we found such a big herd of red hartebeest with a few zebras in between as well. And it looks like they are just loving the fact that the rain has not quite hit here yet. So half are standing around wanting to play fight, and half are enjoying a bit of a nap, just like the cheetahs were. The sun is almost trying to break through the clouds, dare I say it. So maybe, perhaps we might get lucky and actually have a bit of a warming temperature. We've already taken jerseys off, so that's positive. But we do also know that there are still clouds building that are going to come in. But how beautiful are these colors for the morning? How different. All of the red of the hartebeest really standing out because of that clean rain coming in and cleaning them up. Those zebras looking very stark as well. Very handsome, very dapper, very beautiful. And such a beautiful contrast to the green. It's already much, much greener than it was in the last few days, and there's flowers popping up everywhere. Paintbrush lilies and royal carpet and aloes. It is absolutely stunning. So really everything has responded exceptionally fast to this weather. Well, there's definitely a few young males in this herd of hartebeest, because while everyone else has been starting to lie down, the males have been kind of bowing their heads at each other. So there's definitely a bit of dominance kind of happening in this area. Young males, almost at the verge of being kicked out, are starting to get very playful. Oh, now it looks like everybody's going to have a lie down except the zebras. I love how the ones that are standing up turn their bums towards us. So we have been scanning this group that's lying so closely packed together, trying to figure out, I think this is the same family that might have had, well, it could be the same family that had that tiny little calf, the newborn that we got a glimpse of, but we can't see a tiny newborn here. Remember though that moms will leave little baby red hartebeest hidden in the grass for the first month or so, and that one was still literally a day or two old, so she might be keeping it away from the family. We're not right next to where we had it, but it would make sense, I suppose, that it might be the same family. They definitely might have moved this way to escape the rain. But maybe if they get up and move later, we might be able to glimpse some little ones. There are definitely some very young calves mixed in there, because there's some that have tiny, tiny, tiny horns, so literally only maybe 2-3 months old. A couple of very pregnant females as well though, that have not yet given birth. So this herd has the potential of getting a third, if not more, bigger, just based on the fact that we've already seen at least 4 females that are ready to pop, including the one that's now lying down. She was standing. They look so calm. They're not even chewing the cud, they're literally having a nap. That's fascinating. Just a whole pile of bums and horns. Oh, that little one standing up is very cute. Nodding its head as it's walking. I want a better spot right in the middle. Nice and safe. It's just unreal. It looks like the strangest mix of fallen trees and termite mounds. Ah, Starbuck, isn't the green amazing? Honestly, I feel like it's gotten 10 shades brighter in the last 3 or 4 days. And it's growing fast and it's just everywhere. It looks so beautiful. I mean, those hartebeest look so comfortable. They found a nice little spot with soft grass, but also some shrubbery. It's kind of keeping them sheltered and covered. They all look so comfortable that not a single one is chewing the cud. That's mind-blowing. Ah, and the rest of the family's going to come join. So it's obviously nap time for whatever reason. Maybe taking advantage of the calm before the storm. Maybe preempting the storm and trying to find a spot where they'll keep their tummies dry. Yep, everybody lying down. Even the zebras are coming over. You're also going to have a nap. No, you're just going to stand right in front of all of them. I think the zebra wants to be the star of the show today. This is amazing. It'll be another first for me. I've never seen a whole herd of hartebeest lying down with not a single one feeding or moving or chewing the cud. They're literally all having a nap, bar the 3 that are still standing, but they look like they want to get comfortable. I think they are going to do exactly what I would do. After the rain, with this little glimpse of sun that's coming out, you know when you just feel like you need to soak up the sun? And you just want to sit and just let it warm your back up and get some life back into you after being completely drenched. I think that's what they're doing. Oh, no, one of them's physically waking them up and moving them. That is crazy. Walking up to every single one and kind of nudging them with its nose. Why? The poor things. It's as though it's trying to say, come on, it's time to move. We can't sit still for too long. Wow, look how that... Oh, it just wanted that spot. That's so rude. So rude. Move out of my spot. So you might find that's a slightly more dominant hartebeest going towards the middle of the group and saying, move out of the way. That's my position. Right in the middle, nice and safe, protected. Comfortable, already warm. That was so funny. Now all I need is for that one little calf to lie down, and that's the whole herd. Come on, little one. Wow, that happened quickly. If you have a look where all the hartebeest are lying, I can see it with my binoculars. There's a heat wave starting off the ground. That is ridiculous. It's already heating up so fast on the ground that you can see those heat waves. That happened in a matter of minutes. That is crazy. Lazarus, hartebeest horns start growing at about 2 to 3 months old. You can see the little kind of spikes of them sticking out. They should be fully developed in a male by the time he gets to Well, shape-wise and size-wise are different things. So let's go with shape-wise. Shape-wise, they should look like adult horns by the time they become sexually mature. So anywhere between a year to 2 years, they should have horns that resemble the adults. But in terms of full size, so a big dominant male with big horns, it'll probably be closer to about 4 or 5 years old. But the shape should be there from about a year to 2 years. Probably the average would be about a year and a half. They'll have that kind of heart shape to the horns with the tips pointing backwards. And then, of course, they've got to fill out and get a bit longer as they become more dominant and older. So they estimate that a female's horns kind of get to the right size for an adult female that's breeding at about 2 to 3 years old, so a lot sooner than the males. Because the horns don't have to get as big. But for males, they have to keep getting bigger and stronger and wider. So that is normally about the full size at around 4 years. Wow, that is so cool. Maybe they were preempting the heat. Not the rain. It wasn't the calm before the storm, it was just the find a cool patch before the heat. 4 seasons in a day, it's so confusing. Now we've got patches of blue sky coming out behind us. But that's my first ever complete herd of red hartebeest lying down. Just relaxing. Normally you'll have at least a few members up, a few members feeding, some moving around. I can't even see one chewing, they're all just lying there. Wow. So this is a great way for animals to save energy. By not actively eating more, by not chewing the cud, by not moving, by not standing, they're saving energy, but they're also not producing any extra heat. So it's a great way for them to try and keep their body cool by changing their behavior, by changing their activity. If they were to be moving around now or actively eating more, that would heat the body up, both because the muscles are working, but also because the digestive system is working. And yes, it is working slowly in the background, but by actively adding more, you're obviously going to be fueling the fire. By doing all of this, they're just allowing themselves to not overheat in this kind of heat wave that's built up. That is a very interesting name, R. Sibanda, I think. I'm hoping I got it. So hartebeest, there are 2 different species here, the red hartebeest and the Liechtenstein, which is further north. I don't know how closely related it is. I think it's quite closely related to the topie, maybe not as much to the gemsbok. But I will have to double check that for you, because I actually can't think on the top of my head if they are that closely related. I want to say shape-wise, why are you guys all up and running now? I want to say shape-wise of the horns it makes sense. I think it would be more closely related to the topie and the tsessebe. So hartebeest and tsessebe are very, very easily confused. They look so similar. But I think gemsbok would be a little bit further off to the side. That makes the most sense to me. I don't think it would be that closely related to a gemsbok. Of course, all the antelopes are related, but whether that's actually the same family, I don't think so. Topie maybe, topie and tsessebe maybe, but I don't think gemsbok. Interesting question though. Because remember, the gemsbok has the long straight horn. So you'll normally find the distinguishing characteristic in antelopes in particular is the shape of the horn. So for eland, kudu, bushbuck and nyala, they all have a tight spiral on their horns. And that puts them in the same family, Trigelaphus. is the family, yeah. And then Hartebeest, Tsesapi and Topi, too many P's in one sentence, would be closely related because it's that kind of heart shape almost. And then Gemsbok would be different because it's the tall straight horns. So I think, if I'm not mistaken, Gemsbok is completely in its own genus, the Oryx genus, which is why it's called an oryx. But I'm trying to think what you would call the heart-shaped horns. So I think these hartebeest are about to disappear over the back of the ridge. And if they do that, then we shall move on and find something else, purely because where they are going, we can't go. So that's okay. We'll hope that it takes a little bit of time for them to move, but of course they might just all get up and sprint off, or they might take a bit of a leisurely stroll. Looks like at least a few of them are taking it on more of a go slow. So all of these antelopes are part of the bovid family, the hooved animals. So I suppose, again, all related to a degree. But I'd imagine the hartebeest is slightly separate because it has the heart-shaped horns. Tsessipes aren't quite as pronounced. Neither is a topes. And definitely gemsbok having those long straight horns is going to be completely on its own. I suppose actually the most similar in horn structure to a gemsbok, it sounds ridiculous, but would probably be sable or roan antelope. Just because it's the two rather thick horns, but instead of being straight, they're bent over backwards. So roan and sable would be quite closely related. Gemsbok off to the side. Hartebeest, tsessipe, topi closely related on this side. All these little strange differences. Kudu, eland, bushbuck, nyala, all fairly closely related. Wow, they are so pretty. Especially when they're walking away, it almost looks like they've gotten a tan at the beach. With some rather chunky bottoms on. They've got such white bottoms. Definitely look like they're undecided. Some lying down, some moving off. I suppose we'll have to see what happens. For now though, we will send you back over to Lisa in Okukuyu to see what's happening there.
Thank you, Tess. Glad you are having a wonderful day in Amakhala. I hope to visit there soon, as well as I've actually never been on a game reserve in the Eastern Cape. So it would definitely be very interesting to see that area as well. But as you can see, the zebras have left us for now, and the springbok are enjoying the little bit of rhizomes and grass that there is still left. Now, as many of you know by now, since we see these animals quite a lot here in Okukuyu, this is South Africa's national animal. So this location we're at right now is in Namibia. It's not South Africa, it's a different country. But in terms of South Africa, where we've got Djuma, Pridelands, Madikwe, Amakhala, Kariga, all of our other locations, this is our national animal. However, here in Namibia, the oryx is the national animal. That beautiful antelope we've been seeing with the war face paint as well, with the long, sharp horns. That is the national animal for this location. But in terms of flagship species, so of course, flagship species is an animal that, well, really they are like the ambassadors of a certain biome. So specifically your succulent karoo, springbok, oryx, that would definitely be the type of animals you will find here. So your Your springbok specifically is a very, very, very resilient animal. They can really adapt and acclimate very easily in dry, arid areas. But if you look at all of these animals, really, they are so impressive. Even the zebras that are joining us now, of course, they too can survive in these areas. Oh, we've got an impala with a lamb. Lucinda, you would like to know which parts of Africa would you find more springbok populations? So again, as I say, you'll find them more in your arid and dry areas. You will find them in areas like this, in Namibia, desert areas, the Kalahari, the Karoo. You could also find them in other areas that have grassland biome. But as I say, in these types of regions and areas and biomes and topography, this is where they thrive most. They are made for these temperatures. They are made for, areas that don't have a lot of water, because they are in fact not water dependent. I know it doesn't seem like it right now. The springbok and oryx, they are not at all water dependent. But a fairly common species in Africa, however not as common as, for instance, your zebras, your impalas. For me personally, Lucinda, believe it or not, I've actually never guided in an area where they were springbok. I've guided in the Waterbergs, in the Greater Kruger, and I've seen these guys for myself on farms and in conservation areas, but I've actually never been able to work with them in the wild. So being able to watch them here in Okikoyo has really been so cool. Just to be able to see them every day. As I say, it is a common sighting, specifically at this waterhole. But every day we see something new with all of these animals, really. And you can see there's an impala. She's got 2 lambs with her. She's probably just babysitting for another mom. The harem is just off to our right. And you can see there's a clear distinction between the springbok and the impala, even though both of them are antelopes. In terms of their coloration, in terms of their actual markings, there is a definite difference. But also with the impalas, you can see these ones do not have horns. The youngsters, of course, they'll only get their horns later if it is a male. But female impalas do not have horns, where springbok, male and female, have horns. And that is really, there's a lot of speculation and hypotheses behind that. Just like with the oryx and a lot of other animals. People say it's mostly because they occur in this area. So it is much more open as opposed to a location like Djuma, for instance. So the females too need to be able to protect themselves. That is why they also have horns. But again, we'll never know.
Springböcke, Zebras, Impalas. Zu weit weg. Okay. Dreh nochmal. Wenn Sie nichts sehen, das sind Springböcke und Zebras und Impalas. So? Die sind hier direkt am Zaun. Das ist ja Weitwinkelobjektiv. Das ist natürlich weit. Hier hinten sind noch Gnus.
And I do apologize for the noises you hear in the background and the voices. Those are just some viewers that are watching all of this in real life. So of course we are watching this in real time. Ooh, got a bit of a race going on at the back. And if you are just joining us, welcome to Escape to Nature. Thank you so much for joining us. My name is Lisa. I'm the waterhole naturalist, keeping an eye on Okokweyo as well as the Djuma Dam Cam in Sabi. And if you hear some additional voices, those are just the visitors at Okokweyo. So as we are watching all of these beautiful animals in real time, they are watching them in real life. So if you have not visited this beautiful part of the world, I think definitely make a plan. It is most definitely on my bucket list for this year. But we've had a brilliant day. We've had some red hartebeest with Tess. We've had cheetahs in Amakhala with Tess as well. Trishala has shown us some mushrooms as well as some sacred ibises. And of course, as always, in Okokweyo, we've got some impalas, springboks, zebras. We've had oryxes, giraffes, wildebeest. It really has been a super productive day. And it is rapidly drying up here in Okokweyo. So we are hoping for some rain. But as I mentioned, all of this is live, it's in real time, so please do send me any questions or comments that you may have. Of course, if it's for myself or for Tess or for Trishala. Oh no! Oh no. That zebra just fractured his leg or broke his leg. Oh no. Oh, Genia. I was referring to this morning, with zebras and giraffes. It can get rather aggressive because of the bachelor herds that are establishing the dominance now. But especially when they are in the water. The other day we saw one, sort of trying to attempt to drown another as well. But what we just saw is that zebra obviously stepped wrong and he had to defend himself, and in the process he obviously... That zebra is going to struggle. Again, I can't tell you just by looking at it from this way if it is an actual break or just a fracture, but there's definitely a serious injury there. And that is going to slow him down immensely. Well, that escalated. Tabang, you would like to know if animal fractures heal on their own. It depends, it depends on the species, it depends on the severity of the injury. Oh, I don't know, that just looked brutally painful. I just want to go give it a hug and sort of put it on a stretcher and just help it. Tabang, they can, yes. I've seen a lot of animals that do heal naturally. Some of those animals being a giraffe, lion, wildebeest. That's nice, Springbok. It can, yes, but it also can't. Yesterday I was referring to the Jabulani herd that I was working with, and Fushan, one of the elephant bulls, stepped into a manhole the one day and he fractured his leg. And we monitored it, but eventually, for the first 2 hours he was moving fine because adrenaline is a wonderful thing, but then eventually it wore off and Fushan did not move a muscle. And he actually stayed in one area for 2 days, and the whole herd was so patient with him and they understood and everything, and we kept monitoring it, but it just seemed to be getting worse. So eventually we did get the wildlife vet in and we got the elephant a cast, which I now know sounds very, very odd. But specifically with this zebra now, we'll definitely have to monitor him and just see. But that was, And again, that shows you, we tend to think these animals can, they are invincible. They can withstand anything and everything, and it's only predators that injure them or that kill them. It's nature, anything can happen. Just like humans, you can be the healthiest person on earth, and if you slip and fall and break your leg, your health is not going to do anything to that fracture. Oh, that is really... Oh. You can see they're actually waiting for him. If I'm not mistaken, that is his herd. And his bachelor group. Oh. Ja, in Afrikaans we say van lekker lag kom lekker huil. If you and your sibling are perhaps smacking each other and playing games and fooling around, and then the next thing you get hit in the eye and then someone cries. Of course, it's not to that extent with the zebras. There's actually a reason for it. They have to establish the dominance and sort of see who's the bigger and the stronger male, but things have taken a turn, unfortunately, now. That was sweet. The one actually checked up on him now, just to make sure that he's okay. I'm just trying to see if the zebra is going to move. Margaret, you would like to know why we have not seen any baby gemsbok. Again, I cannot tell you. I don't know what the animal's movements are. I can only tell you my interpretation of the situation. The gemsbok we have seen are bachelor herds. And I personally haven't seen a big herd in, well, of course, it's been months now. And along with that goes the calves. Because calves won't be with the bachelor herds. But I could be completely wrong, you know, perhaps they have moved to a complete different area in the park. But hopefully, Margaret, I too am crossing my fingers. I was mentioning this yesterday. I really do hope we get to see some baby oryx again. They really are so precious. I really hope the zebra is going to be okay. But from what we saw from the initial interaction, it seemed like... Yes, I don't want to be negative or put anything in the universe, but it seemed quite serious. Like the whole front part of the leg seemed like it was almost loose. Oh, I apologize for my silence. I'm just on the edge of my seat trying to see if the zebra is going to be okay. Sibanda, you would like to know if there's any situations where we will intervene. We being, of course, the conservation management of Okukoyo or Etosha National Park. Sibanda, in this situation, it's... You know, this is the one thing. There's not really anything I hate about my job, but this is the one thing. No, in this case we can't, because zebras aren't endangered. If you help that one zebra, you are going to help all of them, because how can you now help one and not the other? So for the most part, you know, especially in parks, you try to limit it to your endangered species, because there also is a thing like natural selection, which is horrible to say right now. As I say, people tend to think as a naturalist or as a wildlife enthusiast, you become desensitized when you see things like that. And I mean, that wasn't even that vicious. I've seen worse, with lions taking out a kudu and, you know, a lot of horrific things in nature. But something like that breaks my heart, because you sort of just want to like go help the zebra. But again, if you help one animal, you have to help all of them. The elephant I was referring to earlier on, Fishan, he was still a young elephant, and he played a big part, or he plays a big part in the whole herd and everything. So that is why the wildlife vet back then, I think this happened in 2018, that he had his fracture. And that is why we intervened. But with something like a zebra, it sounds so cruel to say, but it's not an endangered species, so I doubt that they will step in, but you never know. But I wish we could help all of these animals. And it's difficult, you know. I used to be in a position last year working for someone that, we saw a lot of horrible footage, sometimes really incredible footage of wildlife. And the comments that people would constantly have, why aren't you helping the animal? Or why aren't you doing this? Or it's difficult, because where do you draw the line then? If we help that one zebra, we're going to have to help the next springbok that also has a limp. The next giraffe that also has a massive abscess on its body. So it becomes a very difficult situation. So of course we will keep monitoring this beautiful animal. Hopefully, you can walk on it, but yes, if it's serious, it's going to be difficult to heal. Stop your nonsense. Someone just got hurt. Goodness.
Wild Earth is looking for unique wildlife sightings filmed by you. They can be old or new, from anywhere in the world, and filmed on a camera or on your phone. In return, we will give you cash, an opportunity to win a prize, and a chance to see your clip on TV with your name in the credits. It's easy. Head over to wildearth.tv/content to find out more.
When I was a young boy up to adulthood. My tips to all new guides: we have to respect the wildlife.
Sorry about that. We just experienced some technical difficulties, but of course, wise words from the legend himself, Mr. Rickson. I always enjoy listening to him when he's talking about tracking. Our zebra has moved a little bit. You can see he's no longer on the actual sandy patch. He's slowly moving, but he is moving nonetheless. And just look at that, eventually his herd also had to move on. They are not far ahead, But if you are standing still for way too long, you are making everyone or putting everyone at risk. This is what I was referring to earlier on with the baby animals as well, like impalas and wildebeests, even zebras. But even as an adult, if you are an animal that could potentially fall prey to a predator, and if you are putting everyone else at risk, they will eventually move on, which is heartbreaking if you think about it. So I really hope it's nothing serious and that it will be okay. And you never know, animals are resilient. I've referred a lot to Sticky Nyao, the female lion that I used to work at on my previous reserve. And she's probably one of the most incredible, resilient animals that I've ever gotten to work with. She's literally, when she was younger, she broke her foot. And it healed by itself, but it grew on back skew. So when you were tracking her, you could actually see that was Sticky Nyao, because she had like this sort of step and then sway the front foot. And that healed by itself. And yes, she's a predator, but animals are animals. They really are incredible. So if need be, they will do what they can to carry on and to survive. Luckily, he's got a friend with him now. But this is nature for you. It's brutal, it's aggressive, it's all about dominance. If you are weak, you are not going to make it. I'm going to monitor our beautiful zebra. Hopefully he'll be okay and his friends will wait for him. But I think for now, let's see what Tess is up to in Amakhala.
Thank you, Lisa. How cool is this? You would love it. Oh, I can hear your excitement when buffaloes come down to one of the water holes. I wish you were here to see this in person. We've got 2 buffaloes, one older one on the left and one on the right. You can see is lighter colored, having a solid go at each other. There was even a third one getting involved just now, but he's decided to move. But these 2 are having a proper spar. Look at that, they've interlocked horns and they're pushing each other around. Temporary pause, hang on, and 3, 2, 1, there they start. No, never mind. Oh, the older one's going, nah, I won. You can back off, buddy. So this is pretty typical behavior. I would think these are 2 young bulls. One is definitely older than the other, now the one on the right is older. Fairly young bulls that are definitely not dominant in this herd, that are starting to push each other around. They're seeing how strong they are, they're testing some boundaries. And I suppose they would form kind of part of the muscle crew. The young males that surround the outsides of the herd, not nearly as dominant as the big male. And they serve as a really important barrier between all the lovely ladies and calves and the lions. I've gone back to feeding for now, so we'll show you the expanse of the rest of the herd. Everybody else is lying down and having a great relaxing time, very similar to those hartebeest. A little gap in the weather, finally, the first gap in days. And this is the same herd with the pink-nosed female. I see her, Morgan. I think it's only my 2nd time seeing her, ever. She's very strange looking with that pink nose. I imagine it's just a bit of a lack of melanin. Don't know why it would be only in the nose, probably some form of mutation. You also get some interesting colorations in buffalo where they don't often have pink noses. That's the first pink-nosed buffalo I've seen, but they do sometimes have white spots on their skin and in their hair. Just little mutations here and there. But how peaceful does this look? How often do you get to see a whole herd of buffaloes literally so relaxed that some of them are lying flat on their sides? Oh, even the male's going to lie down now. So it seems like that little burst of energy might be gone. Now it's time for them to at least lie down and chew the cud. They are actively chewing the cud, where those hartebeest were definitely not. But this is quite typical for buffaloes because their digestive system is a little bit less efficient than that of a hartebeest, so they have to chew the cud a lot more. It's almost a constant process for buffalo. They physically can't afford not to because they just wouldn't get enough nutrients if they didn't. They've got to eat a lot of food. But also related to the hartebeest. So earlier on we got an interesting question about hartebeest being related to topi and gemsbok. And we were trying to work out exactly which level it changes. And we have figured it out. So buffaloes, giraffes even, all of the basic antelopes that we see here, or at least hooved animals, are all part of the same family, which is the Bovidae, because they're hooved, right? But then there's a little bit of a difference comes in. So the family and the subfamily will be different things. So for all of them, the family will be bovids because they're all hooved animals. But then from there, it starts to separate. So where the difference actually comes in is in the tribe. So that's family, subfamily, and then tribe. That's the order that it goes in. So hooved animals and buffaloes are bovine, more closely related to cattle. That's the tribe. It actually changes for hartebeest, topi, oryx or gemsbok, all of those. That's where the change is actually in the tribe. It's not actually as high up as family or even subfamily level. So for things like a gemsbok, the subfamily for gemsbok, hartebeest, topi across the board will be the same, Antilopinae, which is the antelopes, which makes sense. But then the tribe is very different. So for gemsbok, it would be Hippotraginae. So supposedly that name comes from their love of being in the desert, supposedly. And the tribe for things like hartebeest is completely different. It's Alcalaphinae. Let me spell it for you. Alcelaphini. Alcalaphinae. Alcalaphinae is how you pronounce it. But it's easier to break it up. Alcalaphinae. Alcalaphinae is the tribe name, and that's actually where the distinction comes in, specifically for oryx versus hartebeest, topi, and all of those. And then, of course, for buffalo, it's different as well, bovini or bovini. They are all related to a degree then, but some more closely than others. So it would actually be hartebeest, tsessebe, and topi, gemsbok completely on the side. But all across the board, all of the hooved animals are in the same family. It's below that it changes. Oh, you guys are so relaxed. I love it. Janet, buffalo can be a little bit tricky to age. It depends if you're looking at a calf or if you're looking at an adult. Let's talk about the adults first. That might be better because we can actually see quite a few adults here. So the best way to look at a buffalo and try and age it is a combination of overall size, if it's an adult buffalo or not an adult buffalo is your first indicator. And then you have to start looking at how rugged are the ears. Are they torn at the bottoms? Are there any scars on the face? If it's a male, how worn down is the boss? The boss is that middle section of the horns that looks like the middle section of a moustache. Because the older the males get, the more lumpy that gets, but also the more worn away it gets. It gets these grooves in it. It almost looks like scars or like the bark of a tree that's been kind of rubbed off. So the older they get, the more scars and grooves they get in their boss, but also the bigger the boss looks overall. And then you start looking at particularly the fat roll. It sounds really strange, but the males get a fat roll on their forehead. So in that fat roll, basically just below the boss, so where the horns meet the top of the head, they develop a fat roll as they get older, and they'll only get that when they're older than, say, maybe 12 to 15 years old. They start developing that fat roll. For females, it's a bit more difficult because they don't have a boss. So there's a female lying there with the calf. She doesn't have that lumpy section in the middle of her horns, so it's very tough to try and age her based on that. But if we look at her coat, she's looking pretty solid. She hasn't lost whole patches of fur or anything like that. She's a nice dark healthy color. She doesn't have any obvious scars on her face. Her ears aren't particularly torn either. So obviously those are just natural things that happen over time that cause everything to slowly deteriorate. And so I would think she's probably in her prime at the moment, somewhere between maybe 6 and 12 years old. She's also not showing any obvious bone structure. So when they start getting older, the skeleton starts to show a bit more, particularly in the area of the hips. She's looking very rounded and very healthy, so I'd imagine she's a fairly young cow. But if she was an old cow, she might have slightly greying hair, she might have sparse hair across her body, she might be fading in colour, her ears might be torn, she might have scars, and she would probably look a little bit less bulky, less muscular. For the little calves, it's a bit more difficult. They are a different colour when they're born, like that calf in front of her, you can see looks like a termite mound with the oxpeckers on it. That color should stay till about 6 to 8 months it starts turning, but up until about 2 years, buffalo calves are still a slightly more sandy color. As they get older though, that obviously changes, and then you have to change over to rating them on the adult system, which sounds a bit strange, but then they start blending into the rest of the herd. You can also use the shape of the horns. So 1-year-old buffaloes have very straight, pointy up horns. 2-year-old buffaloes, they're starting to kind of spread out a little bit wider, and then from about 3 to 4 years they start resembling adult horns. So the tips grow first, growing straight up. If you look at mom's horns, the tips are growing straight up. That's what you see in the little buffalo calf. By the time it gets to about a year, you're looking at more of just the ends of her horns that are curved upwards. You can see on the little buffalo. By 2 years, you can see they're starting to spread out a little bit. By 3 to 4 years, it's that horizontal section that's growing outwards. It starts to resemble an adult buffalo. But once those horns have that shape, you can't age them based on just horns anymore. Then it becomes a bit more complicated. It's an all-round picture. Also, each buffalo has such differently shaped horns that it would be quite difficult to get a standard across the board. It almost looks like there are some sub-adults lying behind that bull that was fighting Morgan, just to the right of that mom and calf. There's 2 buffaloes back there. You can see they've got straight up section and they've started to spread from the side, so they're probably just over 2 years old, I would think, because they're starting to spread outwards. This is probably something the buffalo haven't missed in the rain, is the intense presence of flies. My goodness. There's just a constant wave of motion with the ears and the tails flicking. Luckily for us, the buffalo obviously smell worse, so we don't have any flies on us at the moment. But on very hot days, oh my goodness, do we get covered in flies as well. I could hear a vehicle just now, but now it's gone. Oh, was he leaving? That makes more sense. I'd forgotten about the dewlap. Old male buffaloes have a dewlap. just thought of that now, thinking of all of those really old character-filled male buffaloes that are bachelors now. They're too old to breed, they've moved off. Most of them are greying around the face with a massive dewlap. Yeah, that one at the back's. Yeah, he's got a decent dewlap on him. And a very lumpy looking boss. He is an old boy. He's probably one of the more dominant males in this group, if not the dominant male, being the oldest. But at most, he's probably got maybe 2 or 3 years left in him with the herd, and then he might get moved off on his own. Because once he passes that kind of breeding age, he's no longer useful to the family. There's a lot of different buffaloes here of many different ages and shapes and sizes and horn shape as well. But they are all looking spectacular. There's not a single one I've looked at so far that's looked like it's a bit skinny or even lost hair. They look beautiful. No obvious wounds from lions. That's also unusual for me. Most big herds of buffaloes that you see in other parts of South Africa, particularly though the northeast towards Kruger Park, a lot of buffaloes carry old scars from lions. These ones are looking pristine. I'd also imagine part of that equation is the fact that diseases are probably a bit more controlled here. So the Eastern Cape is one of the strictest provinces in terms of buffalo health. Your buffalo have to be confirmed to be TB free and all of those things before they can be released onto a property, before they can even be moved. And at the moment there's pretty much a no movement rule in place that you aren't allowed to move buffaloes across provinces. So the Eastern Cape is very well known for having a very healthy buffalo population. That's probably why they all look amazing as well. There's not a single one that looks like it's got any form of disease that it's carrying or anything like that. They just look so good. I could spend all day watching a herd of buffaloes like this just to see when they get up and move and have a look at each individual one closely. But we're going to do that for a little bit. We're going to stick around and see what they do, and we'll send you over to Trish in Kariga to see what she's up to.
Oh, look at this. He has picked up his head, or she has picked up her head rather, just in time for you to come say hi. We've got a pair of ostriches. A very contrasting male on the left there, and a very drab female on the right. The weather has really changed here in Kariga. I see some blue skies. It's quite hot as well. Several of my layers had to be taken off, and now I'm ready for the heat, which I think we're going to be experiencing for the next week or so. These ostriches were also trying to deal with the heat, and they can do that in several ways. There's quite a few ostriches around at the moment. It's just that these two are quite close to us, since we get a nice visual. But we're going to watch them closely and just see what they do with their mouths. Because earlier, they had their mouths open while they were sitting here. While I was sitting here and they were standing here. And that's because they needed to cool down. There we go. If we look at the male on the left there, he picks up his head and opens his mouth when he lifts his head. And that's actually, I just right now noticed this. there was a lovely cool breeze at almost the exact moment that he opened his mouth. And that's really important, because the whole point of opening the mouth is to cool down that very thin skin in the mouth. Any blood vessels that are really close to the skin, of which there are many in the mouth, will cool down blood as it circulates through the animal's body. So opening one's mouth to cool off is not a bad idea. In fact, I suppose you could try it too. It's just that you're not particularly adapted to cooling down with that mechanism. I'm going to try it now. Well, my mouth feels cool. It's particularly effective if there's a breeze. I would say that my mouth and my nose almost feels cooler when I do that. And it makes sense because the thin cells, the thin skin that's in most animals, mammals' mouths, just like the thin skin that's inside the mouths of birds and reptiles. So it works for us too. Sometimes they'll even flutter a certain part in their mouth called a gula to keep that current going, increase the surface area, and keep a nice breeze going in their mouths. But I don't think that they're that hot. They're well adapted and well suited to being in an arid environment, a hot environment. They have bare legs and a bare neck to help them dissipate some of that heat. So this for them is kind of a picnic, I think. Now obviously they're flightless. Well, it's the largest extant bird on the planet, which of course makes it the largest living dinosaur. And obviously they're flightless, so they've lost certain things that we see in birds that do fly, such as rigid feathers. Oh, excuse me, that was me. Rigid feathers, and particularly all those hooks and barbs that hold feathers together. So if you've ever picked up a feather, you would know that if you're a bit rough with it, you kind of break the beautiful solid outline that it has, and it's so hard to put that back together. In fact, it's almost impossible to put it back together. And that's because there are really, really, really tiny hooks and barbs that help each part of the feather to stay intact. And if that doesn't exist, then it's very difficult to create lift. Just imagine, if you're trying to get a piece of paper to fly. If you put lots of holes in it, the air just goes through instead of creating lift and picking it up. So that's what happens with feathers too. And that's in flight. In birds that fly, they need to make sure that those feathers are nice and intact to create that lift. But with ostriches, that doesn't matter to them. So all that biological energy, so when I say biological energy, I don't mean it's effort that the animal creates from eating today and then feeling it can go for a run, whereas tomorrow when things are a little bit scarce, it's like, nah, I'm not going to go for a run. And not that kind of energy. Almost evolutionary biological energy. So having the body put in effort into making barbules, that the ostrich doesn't have to do anymore, and hasn't for many, 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 many years. And so their feathers are very soft, almost downy, and they would not be able to fly with those feathers. But it does give them a nice covering, which all animals need in some form or the other, to protect it from the elements. And right now we have a perfect example of why people think that ostriches bury their heads in the sand. So you can see why that happens. It's because it's only the part at the end of the neck, or rather the beginning of the neck, by the head, that actually bends. So it looks as if they've got their head in the sand, but actually they're just plucking off seeds from grasses.
Sometimes love makes you sing. Sometimes it makes you fan your wings and bow to your bow. For the southern yellow-billed hornbill, these are signs that love is in the air. Wooing begins with the male gifting a delicious Valentine's dinner. A season of blissful monogamy is what they're after.
I suspect that the group that we have might actually be parents with older chicks. But I'll have to look a little bit more closely. I've been focused on the two that we had in frame, or that we were looking at. Hi Nolene, you would like to know if both males and females have their own kind of dominance displays. Not really. Obviously it's the males that have more of these displays, and that's because one structure that they can have, a social structure, is a harem structure. So that's when there's a dominant male and several females that he has collected into his harem. But with ostriches it's not really that straightforward. Sometimes you get a few males and a few females together. So when they do want to display, it's a similar kind of thing, things that we see always in nature. When animals want to show dominance, they make themselves appear larger, often chase each other, things like that. And females do it less so. He's going down there. Let's move across slightly to have a look at some of the others. So this is still part of their group. This is why I'm suspecting that it could be older chicks that are in the area. It takes quite a while for them to mature. A couple years, 2 to 4 years. And then on top of that, females or males mature a little bit later, which is something that you see in a lot of animals. So that could be what we're looking at. Just move us across a little bit more. They've all kind of moved away from me now. Two more on the side here. Where are you? There we go. So that's a male that's eating, and a female that's sitting down there. Now they don't have any particular mating season. They can mate throughout the year. And like I said, they don't have to have any particular grouping either. Ooh, sorry. There we go. Beautifully obstructed, as usual. The wind is starting to pick up quite a bit now. So relaxed. Everything again seems to have quietened down just a little bit. But I'm going to go find us some more animals, and I'm going to send you over to Lisa at the Djuma waterhole.
Thank you, Trish. Always so cool to see the ostriches. Ooh, I'm actually a little emotional as I'm sitting here because I've established, I unfortunately can't show all of you, but I have zoomed in to the max to see what is happening with that zebra, and in fact it is a break. And what's been very interesting is his harem has actually taken off, but in the meanwhile there has been 7 different herds and harems that have bypassed him, including with foals and other members that have ooh, sorry, I want to cry. That have sort of put their head on his back and like just consoled him a little bit and then carried on again. I've honestly never seen that in my life. So he's actually a little bit further back from that patch of soil now. So he is able to move. However, I will tell you, the whole leg is swollen. The bottom part of the leg has literally curved inwards. Oh, it's times like this that I can actually express myself on camera to you guys. But where the actual hoof is pointed forwards, normally, the right leg, the whole hoof is pointing inwards. So it's a definite break. And he's struggling to stand on it. But as I say, he's moving slowly but surely. But yes, as I say, this is why we do what we do. I don't know why I'm so emotional right now, but I've never seen that. Unfortunately, his harem or his bachelorhood has left him. And there's literally been, I've counted now in the past, I think it's been half an hour or so, 7 different herds that stop, that sniff him. Not necessarily all of the members, but there'll be a group and then one of them will smell him. There's even been a foal that's walked up to him and sort of like said, "Hi uncle, sorry you got hurt, we're gonna carry on now." It's I'm not trying to make light of the situation, but I've never in my life seen something like that. I've seen a lot of injured animals. I've worked with a lot of injured animals and I've observed a lot of them on safari. But I've never, ever seen that in my life. But as I say, unfortunately, it is a definite break. The whole leg is swollen from top to bottom. But the fact that he has already, made it from the waterhole to that area is, hopefully that means something. But as I say, adrenaline wears off and then he may no longer want to move on. But we're hoping for the best. We'll keep an eye on him. Hopefully he's alright. If you missed it, we had 2 stallions that were in the water, and like we've been hearing and experiencing and observing with the zebras particularly, there's a lot of dynamics right now between males that are fighting with each other in bachelor herds and females. And we had 2 stallions in the actual waterhole, and there was a little bit of fighting and kicking, and then they both ran out at the same time. And honestly, it happened so quick. I'm actually struggling to recollect it now frame by frame, but the one zebra sort of slipped, but in the moment he was still fighting with the other stallion, and the next thing we saw, he was almost coming to the ground and he came back up, but as he came back up, his right leg was literally, the bottom part was very loose. So, unfortunately, this is part of the incredible Mother Nature. But hopefully, he makes it through. He pulls through. He'll catch up with his harem. But it's just horrible to think, Again, we tend to think that Mother Nature is always so wonderful, but it's cruel as well. It really is. That relationship that he shares with his bachelor herd. Let's say, if in the very rare case he does manage to catch up with his bachelor herd, will they accept him? Will they take advantage of the fact that he's got an injury? Will there be another group that takes him in? Whew. But, yes. Hopefully the zebra will be okay. That really was a once-in-a-lifetime experience for me. I've never seen that. both the actual interaction between the stallions, but also, you know, the aftermath of all of the other zebras stopping to see, why are you just standing here? What's happening? You're not feeding. You're not happy. You're not doing anything. Ooh, these visitors are loud today. I thought the zebras were loud. Lenny, good afternoon. So good to hear from you. You are saying that you saw on the Kudu Explorer cam when you were zooming in, when I was zooming in, you saw the actual zebra. And that I've got a tender heart, and that's what makes me special. Thank you so much. I always feel so silly when I get emotional about these things, because it actually takes a lot to make me cry. I'm one of those people, but yes, when I see things like that, it's just, and again, I'm not just crying for the or torn up about the injury of the zebra. It's the whole interaction, you know, from the other zebras. And again, if you think about it, there could be that, again, just makes you question everything when it comes to dynamics and interactions of animals and everything. Because, oh, excuse me, even the one that he was fighting with, you know, where the initial injury came about, that stallion did not persist in injuring him and, you know, taking advantage of, now you've got a broken leg, now I'm really going to show you what's dominance. He immediately stopped. And all of the other zebras as well, you know, there was no zebra that was sort of like mean to him on the block. Everyone stopped and made sure, hi, are you okay? Some of them even, as I say, put the head on the back, and there was a little bit of bonding going on, which again is incredible. He doesn't belong to any of those herds. So do not for 1 second. Thank you so much for that. I really appreciate it. And thank you as always for sharing along on the journey of escape to nature. It really goes to show we never know what's going to happen out here. But it has been a brilliant day on Escape to Nature. We only have half an hour left. But if you have missed the whole of Escape to Nature, of course you can always refer to the highlights on the app. But if you would like an update, here's what you missed today. We've seen some cheetahs in Amakhala as well as red hartebeest. We've seen mushrooms, ostrich, birds with Trishala and Kariga. And then of course here in the Ukukuyo waterhole, or at the Ukukuyo waterhole, we've seen some zebras, oryx, springbok, impalas, wildebeest. We even saw giraffes this morning. And a while ago we saw a zebra breaking its leg, unfortunately, which I've never seen before in my life. He was having a bit of a tiff with another stallion, and I guess the rocks and the water and the actual impact and action was just too much, and he broke the front part of his leg. I will try to show you if it's possible. He's basically in the center of your screen right now. So it's that zebra standing all by himself, just above the group that's in the water right now. If you look directly 12 o'clock from them, there's a zebra all by itself, and it's a stallion, and unfortunately he's got a severe injury. But as I was mentioning, what's been interesting is that his harem has left, or his bachelor herd has left him, but there's been several other zebras that have come up to him and sort of like, let's see if this one's going to do it, but they've sort of like comforted him. There's even been a foal that sort of sniffed around and said, "Hi, I see you got a boo-boo. We hope you do okay." Whew. So I apologize for getting emotional. It's just really, this never ceases to amaze me. Alright, yeah, I'm going to send you back to Trishala so I can have my own personal crying session. But I'll send you over to Kariga so you can see what's happening there.
Zebras all around. Here we have actually quite a few of them. There's about 10 zebra altogether scattered around this area. At least 2 with little foals as well. It's quite interesting. Again, this is something I'm watching right now. The 2 foals that we have, obviously we're looking at this one and its mum. They seem to be quite close to their mothers. I mean, like against their bodies. And I wonder if they're using their mother's body as a shield from the sun. Just a little bit, at least in certain places, because it seems purposeful, their placement. And that would make sense because, like I said, it's suddenly heated up a lot, like really significantly. And young animals are not the best at regulating their body temperatures. So they always need a little bit more help. I mean, now, little foal, I'm not sure what you're doing. But I have a feeling that you definitely are trying to catch some shade from Mum. Off they go. Now, a lot of you may know this, and maybe some of you don't. It is almost underneath its mother now. This is so cute. My goodness. Well, I'd certainly try to do that if I was too hot and my mum was around. Oh, this is so cute. So what I was saying before this little zebra foal decided to be amusing and adorable was that some of you may know this and some may not. There are many different theories as to the stripes of a zebra, you know, what the purpose of the stripes are. And when it comes to mammals, there's only certain pigments that we can create. And having black and white, so high concentrations of melanin and no melanin, is really the best way to send a message. Because it's highly contrasting. But there's other things that high contrasting patterns can do. Because they absorb different wavelengths of light, the movement of the air around the colors is different. So for example, the black stripes on the zebra are absorbing a lot of heat, right? So it's not reflecting a lot of light at all. But the heat, the air around those black stripes are getting heated up. So this is, you know, on a really micro level. So the air around the black stripes or covering the black stripes are getting heated up, whereas the air above the white stripes are cooler. So changes in air temperature are also related to changes in the speed of those particles. So the change in the air, in the speed of the air. So what that does is, if you have a very fast movement of air and a very slow movement of air, they interact and they create microcurrents. In fact, things like airplane wings and turbulence, as well as like the wing on a Formula One car, or, you know, a spoiler on a really souped up street car. Of course, you never need that going on at any speed on the street, just saying. Those all work in the same way. They try to balance out that change in the speed of air and the pressure in order to keep the car secure on the ground. But it's the same principle, or the same thing that is at work here. So there's changes in the speed of the air over the different colors of the stripes. So over the black stripes, air is moving quite quickly. Over the white stripes, air is moving a little bit slowly. And that creates microcurrents because the air is interacting. So that could, potentially, it is a theory, could help them cool down, help them thermoregulate because of those microcurrents. Sorry, that was actually quite a long-winded explanation. And of course I felt the need to include that little jab at street races. There are, of course, other theories, such as being able to confuse predators because there isn't a solid outline, or it's more difficult to pick out a solid outline of an animal when it is in a herd and they all have a similar pattern. And predators need to lock on to an individual, at least at some point in their hunt. Oh, Samantha. Hi, Samantha. You would like to know if all baby animals are this playful and cute? Certainly all mammals are very playful, and of course very cute as well. But play is quite an important thing for mammals, because remember, with mammals there's significantly more parental investment than there is with, say, reptiles. And mammals can be quite social. So for mammals, play is quite an important thing. And a lot of the time, the majority of the time, mammals need a lot of development. And development requires the use of your body to strengthen muscles, to figure out what your limits are. Can I stretch this way? Can I bend over this like this to scratch my back? All those types of things are developed through play. And there's also cognitive and social aspects that are developed through play as well. So it looks very cute, but it's actually very important for young mammals to play. And even it looking cute, we are programmed to interpret that kind of thing as cute, because if we saw our babies do that and thought it, made us feel disgusted, then we wouldn't really care for them. So much about us and other mammals, so much about them is wired to interpret what their young is doing as cute and adorable and make you want to show it affection. But I'm not sure how many people would think baby spiders are cute. I do. I love that they're called spiderlings. I find them cute, but not sure many other people do. And again, it's because it's not an animal that we need to find cute. We need to find our young cute. And as long as Mummy Spider feels that her spiderlings are cute, she probably doesn't even really care, because she doesn't invest too much in their upbringing.
Thank you for joining us and have a fantastic morning.
Did you miss all? Never fear, you won't have to miss another beat on Wild Earth again with our Catch-Ups channel, where you can rewatch missed safaris and shows whenever you please. Only available on the Wild Earth app.
Thank you for joining us and have a fantastic morning.
I'm sure all the animals are feeling very happy about this breeze. zebras are just kind of standing still. I guess if I was super hot, that's what I'd want to do too. Pretty much nothing. Anyway, let me send you over to Lisa and see what's happening on the water holes. I'm not sure what I will do.
Thank you, Trish. Oh, how precious was that? To see that adorable foal. That's why I say baby animals do the funniest things. Whether it's a lion or zebra or baby elephant, they really are so adorable. In terms of our injured zebra, you can see he's definitely come quite a far way from where he's been. He's a little out further back. But I suspect what will happen with him, I think it'll be difficult to catch up with his group, his original group. But you never know, maybe they just went off into the tree line, maybe they'll catch up. That again is the incredible thing with pheromones. Animals do know who their friends are and who's their family and their herds and their harems and their prides. But I was also wondering, I wonder if he will not sort of just, introduce him to a new group and say, hi, I'm so sorry. I've got a very sad story. On this day, this and this happened to me, and I've since lost my group. Would you mind if I join you guys? And of course, with an actual harem, that would not be, I don't want to say possible, but let's go with probable. But again, now my mind is going in 1,000 different directions. What if that is possible? Because I literally just saw how animals have sympathy and empathy for one another, with all of the other zebras sort of coming to comfort him and then carrying on. What if there's like a really nice guy stallion out there with his harem and they sort of negotiate and he says, listen, you can hang with us, but please don't flirt with any of my wives. And as long as you do that, we'll be fine. I wonder if things like that do happen. Because of course, in harems specifically, if you take impalas for instance, an impala ram will have females and he'll have youngsters in that group as well, but even, the young males is sort of still under the protection of the females, and then they'll move off and join bachelor groups, etc. But I wonder what that zebra's journey is going to be ahead of now. Will he be okay? I think he will be okay. He's seriously injured. It's a definite break, but you never know. The fact that he's come that far, and you can see he sort of walks a little bit and then rests a little bit. But you never know. Maybe he catches up with his bachelor group. But if he does, will there be dynamics? Will they sort of take advantage of the fact that he's injured? Because as soon as the injury initially happened, the other stallion immediately backed off, and they all sort of like gave him space, and he came out and they inspected him and they stood around for a little bit, and then they were like, okay dude, you are now putting us at risk, so we'll see you in a little bit. Or perhaps he joins a new bachelor group, you never know. Perhaps he becomes a lone ranger. Now we are slowly coming to that time where we have to say goodbye. But we've still got a few minutes left, and I want to thank all of you for your questions and comments and suggestions. But speaking of suggestions, please do remember that tomorrow, Sunday the 19th of February, Graham Wallington will be hosting another town hall meeting, during which he will be giving everyone an update on all of the things that are happening at Wild Earth. And as I said, that's happening Sunday, tomorrow, the 19th, 8 p.m. Central African time. So remember to have your questions ready. If you have any suggestions, of course, you will be answering them live. And this town hall will be accessible to all registered users. So we hopefully will see you there. And please do send us any questions or comments, suggestions even. We love hearing from you. And of course, Graham will try to answer as many questions as possible.
Какие-то бизоны имеются. А что в натуре по слонам так неудачно там? Где слоновый? Видишь, шелиховый. Ну да. Куда они спят после обеда? Что, пойдем? Давай по той дороге проедем.
Alrighty, I think for our last bit of Escape to Nature, we're going to try to end it like we started it, with some hippos in Djuma. They are still around. I'm just trying to see where the other calf is. But for those of you that were with us this morning as well, this is how we started, with a hippo cow and 2 calves. Now, I have seen them out of the water today because they came to graze a little bit and then they obviously went back into the water, which is generally, especially in the summertime, a special sighting to see of hippos. They are not too fond of the sun smashing on their skin whilst they are completely outside of the water. But I'm also not sure of the dynamics. Sadly, we couldn't really delve into it today. But it has been once again a wonderful day on Escape to Nature, with all of the animals we've seen, with all of your questions and comments we've had. It has been brilliant. But as I say, I'm not too sure if there's just one calf now. Or in terms of their actual age, I would guess they are around 10 and 12 months, the calves. So the hippo on the right, that is the big cow. The calf on the right, on the left, that is a calf. But as I say, I would guess about 10 to 12 months. But the interesting thing is initially there were 2 calves. So not sure. There we are. It's hiding behind the cow. Not sure if it's a play date, if she's babysitting, if both perhaps belong to her. You never know. Twins is not the norm for most animals, for when you are looking at elephants, rhinos, general game, antelope. But nothing is impossible. And I want to leave you with that thought today. You will have Alex tomorrow and Monday, and I will be back on Tuesday. But nothing is impossible. Be open to absolutely anything and everything, especially when it comes to nature. I was once again very brutally reminded of that today with that zebra breaking its leg. But thank you so much for joining us today on Escape to Nature. Stay tuned and join us again this afternoon for Sunset Safari. But from myself, from Tess, and from Trishala, the girl team for this Saturday, thank you all so much for joining us. We hope you have a beautiful weekend, and we'll see you for Sunset Safari.